Russo, some leftist based in Canada. I was turned on to this sick individual, and I found this.
Oh wow. Really, Rob? Wow.
Check 2. Hello. 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 Literally stealing Lodane's trip. Well, Sean, if you were a true TRRS head, you would know that Lodane's shirt was the Rousseau Institute for Western Destabilization Design 2, which is more of a triangular shape, and what I'm currently wearing is Design 1. That has more of a circular outline. I bet you feel pretty silly now, don't you? That's right. Thank you, Squatch, for the 15 months resub at tier 2. Thank you, Squatch, and for all the support. Really, it means a lot. Thank you. I appreciate it. Fred Van Vliet, $120 million extension incoming. Okay, I didn't realize that. I haven't heard about that. If that's true, I would like to see a source for that. But the man's earned it, frankly. There's probably people in the Raptors fan base, if that is true, that wouldn't be happy about that. The man has earned his money, though. Fred Van Vliet made like 3 crucial 3-pointers in the Game 6 of the NBA Finals, which the Raptors won when they won the championship. He deserves whatever he wants. Pay the man. I don't care. I don't care. Give him whatever he wants. MLS, he made way more than 30 million off those threes. Yeah, absolutely. FVV also hit Clay's knee with a lead pipe while Clay was warming up on the ice. Okay, I would need to see a source on that as well. I would probably need to see a source on that also. I don't think that's true. Those billionaires should give all the players whatever money. Yeah, this is true. And really, like, I understand why salary caps exist, to make it so like certain teams can't just like monopolize talent. But really, like, there should be no salary cap on any of these in any sports leagues. Like, it's a pretty preposterous thing to begin with, which is a way to ensure that the actual workers that are using their incredible talent to create billions of dollars for their owners and for like the media conglomerates that pay the league. And there's like this hard limit on what they can and can't make if teams want to be competitive at all. Like, it really makes no sense. What do we think of this chat font? I changed the chat font to like the VCR style font that I use like on the show. What do we think about it? Is it gimmicky? I thought it would maybe look kind of cool. I'm like leaning towards just making it like a regular normal font though. I think it's cool and works well, but it feels like the letters look wide and smooshed. They do look wide and smooshed. I like it conceptually, but they're better fixed with computer type fonts. Okay. I think we're getting a ruling on this. I wasn't like married to the idea. Can I change it like live? Oh, I lost you. Quick chat. Quick. Hurry. Gonna fill up the screen. Chat harder. You muted a well-read anarchist to flog a straw man. Genocidal imperialists are going to genocidal imperialists, and Marxism-Leninism has a century-long history as the dominant leftist ideology, and it's a record of failure to resist, failure to live up to the potential of communism, and to the aspirations of its millions of martyrs. It's easier to otherize anarchists from the movement than to confront and work on its shortcomings.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Jamaican Patty, for the 17 months of Tier 1. Very much appreciated, Jamaican Patty. Thank you. Now people are requesting sans serif. We're getting fancy now with the fonts. People are requesting sans serif. That doesn't even seem to be an option. Is that like a... I thought sans serif was an actual font. Is that like a modifier somehow? It's got loads of serifs. We can increase the letter sizes. What about that? Oh, no, God. Oh, God. What about this? Can we get the Harry Potter font? I think it would attract new viewership. I could do it in Papyrus as well. What about Papyrus? That's a fun font. What if we started chatting in Papyrus, like the Avatar films? It could get us into shape for Avatar season, right? We could get ready for Avatar season, or Wingdings. That was, of course, the next step where this was going. This is a very pleasant, readable font. Maybe I was getting a little too fancy with the font stuff. Just make it Comic Sans and stop pretending like it was ever going to end differently. Okay. Okay, so the reason I'm late, this is fine for now. We will not be putting the chat in Comic Sans. I would put it in Papyrus before I would put it in Comic Sans. It is my birthday and I request Comic Sans. Is it actually your birthday, Alana? Is that true? You're spreading misinformation. Are you spreading misinformation in the chat? I don't want to wish you... I would never claim to have a fake birthdays, so I hope no one in the chat would do that either. Can you fix the kerning? No, I'm not fixing the kerning. This is outrageous. It's not my B-Day. I lied. Oh my god. Wow. These chatters will stoop at nothing. There's no low that these chatters will not stoop to. Absolutely despicable. Despicable behavior. And G Cluppy's out there wishing her a happy birthday like an absolute fool. Like an absolute fool. My goodness. So yeah, I mentioned yesterday how, my kid didn't really want to go to day camp. He had his first day of day camp. I think he found it a little overwhelming. He was a little anxious about it and I think didn't want to go. And I was kind of like playing up being sick in the morning. And as I talked about as a parent, sometimes it's hard to know when your kid is like being serious about that or whether there's something else going on. So he did go to day camp yesterday, and it's like he seemed totally okay. And like in the morning, like when I dropped, if I had felt like he was really sick, I wouldn't have wanted him to go. But after getting dressed and everything, he seemed totally okay. So I brought him to camp, and I was really happy I picked him up. You know, I was kind of anxious about it. It's my half B-day today. Well, happy half B-day, Hexkata. It's still technically my birthday month as well. So I picked him up from camp yesterday, and he had a nice time, and he swam. You know, I had felt really bad because he was like anxious about going in the swimming pool, and he loves to swim. It's like his favorite thing to do. So I was really happy that he had gone, and like he kind of got over that a little bit, and I was looking forward to it. But then like last night, he seemed okay like the whole night. And last night he started to have like a scratchy voice. Like when I started talking to him around like 8 or 30 or 9, he had like this scratchy voice. And then woke up this morning and basically has no voice and is like coughing and has like no energy. So now he's definitely officially sick for real. And he's like he's sleeping right now. Like right now I was just hanging out with him in the day, and I gave him some like medicine, some like children's Tylenol cold and flu. And he tried some of that. And so he's sleeping right now, which he never does. This kid he hates to sleep. He hates to sleep at night, and he certainly never sleeps during the day. But right now he's like knocked out. Which makes me kind of anxious. Because it's so like out of the ordinary. Last round of COVID at the daycare started with exhaustion. Oh, good. Good. Well, we're going to have to test for that, I guess. But that should be fun. No, Lodan, I was watching with headphones when I was watching the stream. So anyway, that's why I'm a little bit late. And I really wanted to like do a longer stream today, and especially I was hoping to make up for the sub goal disparity. But like I don't totally know how long I'm going to stream today. I haven't really decided. I didn't even really want to because I feel kind of anxious. But you know, he's sleeping right now, so there's not really much I can do. So I'm here for now. I don't know how long this one's going to be for. I'll try to do a full day. Like I'm just going to probably be going and checking upstairs and seeing what's going on. How about the gaming zone and you can relapse? I mean, we could do that. But it's Kwame Ture's birthday today. It's Kwame Ture's birthday. You know, Kwame is a legend. Kwame is someone that we learn from a lot on this program. So I did want to take some time today to celebrate Kwame, and we can find a Kwame speech that maybe we haven't seen, hopefully. Got a couple of other just like clips to watch and things we can discuss. So I do have things that I wanted to get to. I just feel a little like out of it and a little bit anxious. You know, it's probably everything's fine and I'm overreacting, but it's just like that's how it goes. Just how it goes. Speech in Fortnite. I don't know if I can do Fortnite and a Kwame Ture speech. That just seems crass to me. I don't know. It's like, you know, I don't know if I can do that. I think that's too weird. Fucking way she goes. By the way, nice white tee has the fabric. Okay, so this isn't actually white. This is soft pink. This is soft pink, and it's actually like, I don't mind this shirt, but it seems like the colored shirts are like a different fit almost than the white ones. Like I have my large white tee from TeePublic, and the fabric is great. It fits great. And this one is like, it feels a little tighter. Like it doesn't feel as nice. I must admit. But I realized I did want to try it out, and I think it looks pretty good as a shirt to wear while I'm streaming. Overall, though, I'm not crazy about the fit on this one. You're not overreacting with all the shit going on right now. I'm frankly amazed so many of us are barely holding our shit together. Yeah. I mean, that's the whole thing about being a parent in this moment too, right? Is like, you've just had to like accept that there are certain risks in terms of like getting your people being like your kids being and by extension you being exposed to COVID, and it's like you can accept those risks or you can basically just like not participate in society. That's the kind of bullshit choice we've had to make here in the West under governments that have just not taken the pandemic seriously in terms of actually like getting rid of the virus. Like that seems like it was just never an option. And now we're on this, we have to just choose between accepting these risks, including risks to your family or your kids or yourself, or just completely dropping out of society. It's not like anyone's getting more unemployment or more COVID checks for not going to the office, right? That's dried up. It dried up in the United States right after what, $2,000 for the whole thing. In Canada, maybe if you were lucky, you got CERB and you got $2,000 for like 4 or 5 months. A lot of those people are having to pay that back. I might have to pay it back. I still don't know yet. I still haven't gotten my tax return back from the federal government. I kind of suspect that they're going to ask me to pay it back. So not only is there no more help for anyone that wants to just stay home and doesn't want to expose themselves or their families to this potentially deadly virus, regardless of whatever your vaccination status is. It's not like that's really an option for anyone. Not only is there no help left over, but even the help that they gave at the beginning of the pandemic, they're like asking for it back. If anyone gets asked to pay back, sir, message me on Discord. I will, Pelicans. I will take you up on that. They're going to ask me to pay it back, but I'm not going to. This is my general strategy as well. We'll see how it goes. I mean, like I've told you before, I was like, I absolutely did need those CERB payments. You know, my kid was suddenly with no notice, not in daycare anymore for 6, 7, 8 months. I was able to scrape together a little bit of freelance income during that time, but barely any. And I wouldn't have been able to pay rent or for groceries or anything like that, or any of my bills, if I didn't get those CERB payments. But while it did help keep me afloat, I also was able to take some of that money and invest it into the PC that I used to start this stream. So I'm trying to I hope that I don't get asked to pay it back, and I will try and fight it as much as I can if I do ask to get it paid back. If there's nothing that I can do to get out of that, or if they really do come after me, I'm going to try and tell myself that it was basically just like an interest-free loan from the government that I got no questions asked, which I used to start a successful small business. You know? That's the kind of cope that I will tell myself if they do come after me. And make me pay this back. An interest-free loan doesn't have quite the same impact, though, as, you know, a emergency benefit for people that can keep them afloat and keep their bills paid and keep their fridges stocked in a global crisis. Yeah, I saw that, G. Kleppy. They said one of the Republicans' family-friendly proposed policies is that when you have a kid, you can draw early on your Social Security money, and then your retirement age gets pushed back by 3 years per kid. That's right. That's great. Yeah, and people they're highlighting that as the Republicans have they've turned the corner on this kind of spending stuff, and now they're the party of family values, and they want to give and it's literally, it's like you can give yourself a loan from your eventual retirement. Isn't that wonderful? Rob's actually going to become the president of Canada by accident because the TRRS community will take up arms to prevent him from paying back CERB. I wouldn't recommend that anyone do that. I would not recommend that anyone do that. Like I said, I will try and, if we need to go down that path, we'll try to find a more compelling reason to get people to do that kind of stuff in a video game. Rob Guado. That's right. So that's it. I'm just like, it's probably fine, but now I'm a little bit anxious. So I'm going to try and do like a normal length stream here, but we'll see how it goes. It's not like millennials will get to retire anyway, so it's free money. And it's where there is like a government retirement program like in Quebec that I pay into. Like I have to pay a lot of taxes on freelance income. You end up owing a lot of money at the end of the year because you're paying into your pension fund, basically, because the government makes you have a pension fund. It's not like this privatized thing or choose to have one or not to have one. The government's like, if you're earning freelance income, you're paying into this so you can have a pension. Which is a good thing overall. However, when I do come to the age of when I'm going to be able to use that pension, who fucking knows what is going to be going on, whether Canada will still exist or Quebec will still exist or, America will still exist at that time when I'm, 60 or whatever,
count on
65.
And have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
If all this money that I paid into is going to even be an option for me. Who knows if the pension will even be there? That's right. Like we put all our pension funds into a big crypto company. Unfortunately, that's all gone now. Thank you for the gifted sub, Metal Dipshit. Thank you very much. Canada, as much as being miles better than the US, has some fucked up laws. If you live in Canada without citizenship or permanent residency, you have to pay the healthcare cut, even if you make $15,000 a year. You're exempt if you're a resident and make less than $20,000 a year, not if you're on a student visa. Yeah, that is extremely fucked up, Lamport. I mean, look, we're talking about people having to pay back CERB, but like a lot of the people that needed CERB the most didn't even get it, right? Because you need to make there was like a floor of income you needed to make before you even got CERB. A lot of people that are on disability, a lot of people that are poor, non-citizens, people not on permanent residency, just didn't get it, just didn't get shit. So it kind of shows you what our values are. Meanwhile, the wealthiest people in the country, just as they are in the UK, just as they are in the US, are just making profit hand over fist. The Weston family who own the massive grocery chain, they just can't even count all the profits they're making right now. Of course, but we got to make sure that non-citizens don't get any CERB, or disabled people don't get any CERB, or people that don't deserve it. People that took this money, they didn't deserve it. That's the reason the economy has inflation now. They got to pay that back. Canada consistently ranks just a little bit above the US and far below a lot of other EU states in many areas. And we were below the US in many areas as well, Thimbo. In housing, our housing crisis is worse in Canada than it is in the United States. Which is not making light of how horrible the housing crisis is there as well, but it just speaks to how completely fucked our entire housing system is. You know what? It's gonna be alright. Worry will shorten your days faster than anything else. Try not to let it get to you too much, man. Forget about it. Hey, forget about it. Forget about it.
So he says, my wife's a pain in the ass. She's always busting my friggin' agates. My daughter's married to a jadrul loser bastard. I got a rash so bad on my ass, I can't even sit down. You know me, I can't complain.
Oh, fucking A, man. I got a rash, man. Fucking A.
Wait. Sorry, I forgot my music was still playing. That wasn't even the scene that I wanted. I wanted that whole scene. That wasn't even... I needed more of that. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Of course, I can find everything before the scene that I wanted. And everything after. Everything before the scene I wanted and everything after. And not the one thing, which is now timing wise wouldn't even make sense to look at. The moment has already passed when this clip would even make sense to look at. And yet here I am. Here I am still scrolling. Unbelievable. There's probably stuff going on in the chat and not even looking at it. Not even looking at it. Unbelievable. Oh shit, I found it. Oh, no, that's not it.
Yeah, fuck it, man. Can't be worried about that shit. Life goes on, man.
That's close. It's getting there. It's getting to the thing that I wanted to look at. Okay. Okay, I'm officially giving up. I got a rash, man. Anyway, let me catch up on the chat while I've been looking at that Big Lebowski scene. Outrun, no, I didn't. My freaking gates. Did you vote in my license plate poll? No, I didn't. I think probably the Keep Shaggin' one, Outrun, is the one that I enjoyed the most. I think that mixed with the D2A license plate was like a funny comparison. I see there's some controversy about a chicken fried steak. I had a chicken fried steak when I was in Austin, Texas, and it was wonderful. And I understand that generally when I have a steak, you just go with the three ingredients as well. But a chicken fried steak is just a different thing. It's a completely different like food item. And when I had a chicken fried steak, it was tremendous. Stay the fuck out of Malibu, deadbeat. Stay out of Malibu, Lebowski. Keep your ugly gold brick and fucking ass out of my beach community. I love a little bit of chicken fried on a Friday night. And a pair of jeans fit just right. Y'all come visit me, I'll make you one. Okay, Rylan. The next time I'm in town, I plan on doing that. I plan on doing that. Or we can have you up at the friendship compound. Either or. Or roll down with Gene Park when he comes through. Gene's such a nice guy. Love that Gene. I guess should we talk about doing like news stuff, right? I suppose. Rob in OKC to catch Lou Dort and the gang on the court. Lou Dort, a Montreal legend. Chicken fried celery. Oh my goodness. Fucking A, I got a rash, man. Oh, actually, you know, okay, Ron, I'm going to change my answer. I'm going to change my answer to the NASCAR. I'm going to change my answer to the NASCAR plate. I don't know how many votes that's gotten. That would be my answer, though. I really like all of them, frankly. The Dale Earnhardt Hall of Fame plate. That's right. Yeah. That's absolutely right. I'm gonna try a little something here, because normally I when I tweet that I'm live, the links get like deboosted on Twitter. Like it's when I tweet, I've got like 93,000 followers. When I tweet a link to this stream, it gets seen by like a small percentage of the people that usually see the tweets. I'm wondering if I should try the link in bio trick. Do you think that's a real thing? Do you think the link in bio trick is going to work? Should I try that? I think that's why Danny Haifang streams to Twitter Live as well, because they'll prioritize that. Never really considered that. Okay. Well, I tweeted that I'm live. We'll see. right now is when all the hordes of new viewers and followers will be coming into the channel. I just tweeted that I'm live. So, again, it's like tens of thousands of people. So, dozens, if not hundreds of people are going to be swarming in here in any moment. You know what I've kind of like messed around with as well? What about this? Let me know what you think about this just aesthetically. What about this? It makes the headlines pop a bit more. The thing is, it doesn't look good over here. Over here it's bad. Right? Or is it? I don't know, maybe it's okay. This, you can kind of have a bigger title. What do we think? What do we think about this? Stream to Twitter. Yeah, we never know what kind of folks are going to be coming through. We end up doing that. When I hear stream to Twitter, we don't know how many weirdos are going to be joining us if we start doing that. You have technically 3 links in your bio. I'm sure people can figure it out. I'm positive that people can figure it out. I'm certain they can. Okay, so we looked at the clip from Kamala Harris yesterday. You know, the dismissing any idea about enshrining abortion rights into law, kind of totally dismissing that idea and just saying, you know, vote. We got to vote. Votey vote, vote, vote. And I'm sure you've all seen this clip by now. But this was another clip from this interview, which is really remarkable. Like, I'm positive everyone's seen this, but it's really stunning, I think. The complete lack of answers they have about this, I think, is really, I don't know. It's like I'm having a hard time even wrapping my mind around it. Like, these are not acting like people that want to not only want to win, but they're not acting like people that actually want to do the thing that they're saying they want to do.
What do you say to Democratic voters who argue, wait a minute, we worked really hard to elect a Democratic...
CNN actually asking the fucking hard-hitting questions in this clip, too. Which should be, it's still, you consider it a hard-hitting question from like a media arm that's basically exists to, be a propaganda wing of like the liberal establishment. So it's still hard-hitting questions from them, and they still, ultimately, it still is a softball. Like, they are still just like teeing up something that you'd think they should have an answer to this basic question, right? Do you think now, after, 18 months or however long it's been, I don't even remember how long, 18 months, year and a half? You'd think now they would have a compelling, at least something to answer when someone asks this kind of question, right? What would you say to people that are wondering why you can't do anything when you control the White House and the Senate and Congress? You'd think after 18 months, maybe they would have workshopped something here. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself, though. Here's the clip.
What do you say to Democratic voters who argue, wait a minute, we worked really hard to elect a Democratic president and vice president, Democratic-led House, a Democratic-led Senate. Do it now.
But do what now? What now? I mean, we listen, What we did?
But-
We extended the child tax credit for the
Well,
first
I'm
year.
sorry, when I say do
Right,
what,
yeah.
do it now.
Yeah.
And the tax credit, the child tax credit. They love talking about that child tax credit and how much it reduced childhood poverty, which is very true. It did indeed reduce childhood poverty. It was a good policy. What happened with that again, though? Remind me. I stopped paying attention for a little while, and I'm trying to recall what it was that happened with the old child tax credit, which did indeed cut childhood poverty and was a good policy. What happened with that? Oh yeah, that expired after 1 year, and they allowed that to happen, thereby increasing childhood poverty. They're overseeing a huge increase in childhood poverty. And when asked, why don't you do something about this serious problem when you control the government, they're like, well, we did this one thing once. Completely unrelated to anything that you're saying. Now is the time to do what we've been doing. Did anyone actually talk to her before they gave her the nomination? I mean, DRP, this is one of the things that I've been talking about a lot, like over the last couple of years, like since the Democratic primary started. Remember that Kamala was the very first candidate that got, like, she was the chosen one that right out the gate was like, this is the one, and got the big multi-million-dollar like earned media push, but had 2-3 solid weeks of being like, Harris is the front runner, she's popular, she's great, everyone loves her. Like, she was the first one that they held up to put in that spot of like the successor to her, to like the Democratic Party establishment. No
You can
one
count
bought
on
it.
me. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Let's go.
Thank you, Lily. Thank you for the 9 months of Prime, Lily. I appreciate that. Let's go indeed. Thank you. So they try to lift her up right out of the gate, position her as the successor to the party. No one buys it. She doesn't even make it to the beginning. She drops out before the primary even starts. Really her only legacy is having this like toxic online troll army that harasses anyone that criticizes the Democrats. That's basically the only thing that Kamala Harris accomplished in the primary. So then, despite getting this massive push from the media, from the party, being held up as the successor to the party establishment, and that just completely failing, they're like, you know what? Let's put her in the VP spot. Let's put her in the VP spot anyway. And even though our first attempt failed, surely, like the first female VP, she's going to get all kinds of media coverage, and she's going to be front and center all the time. Surely, if we put her in that spot, I'm ignoring anything that I see in the chat about anything that may or may not have been said. Completely, it will not be acknowledged. So just fucking forget about it. So they think to themselves, like, certainly when she's the first female VP and she gets put out there every single day, has this big media presence, certainly then people will start to like her and people will start to warm up to her. And then, you know, when Joe Biden is 82 in 2024, he won't have to run again because then she'll be ready, right? We tried to push her before she was ready, if you use the wrestling analogy. Like they tried to push her to the moon right out of the gate. If you want to talk in the wrestling terminology, they're like, okay, no one bought that. The marks didn't buy it, but we're gonna give her a shine by putting her with our top guy. We're gonna put her next to our top guy, and we're gonna give her that shine, that baby face shine. And here we are, 18 months later. We've got, again, news stories around this saying like, oh, she's emerged as a pro-abortion voice and she's such a strong, forceful. And then they put her back on she's been like basically like a no-show in the media now for like months. Like you never hear from her. They're giving her another opportunity. They're putting her back out there again. And this is what it is. This is what you get. Selena Myers is better at her job than Kamala, and SM is a fictional character written to be horrible at her job. They need to turn her heel like The Rock in 97. Absolutely. I'm sure that would work a lot better than this approach. But you know what I mean? Like that's how fucking grim this is. They've really groomed her to be the successor to the party, and have given her like incredible opportunities to win people over and to like live up to that. And here she is on this, and yeah, it's like the basic question of like, why aren't you doing anything when you control the White House, the Senate, and Congress? Why don't you just do it? And she just has no fucking answer for it. That's amazing to me. She's over like Roman Reigns at the first WrestleMania. That's right. It's like when The Rock is Biden, and he comes out and raises the arm and everyone boos, and he's like, what the fuck? Oh, that was at Royal Rumble, but it's the same analogy. Yes, same analogy. Anyway, it's really amazing. It's really amazing stuff.
Act legislatively to make abortion rights legal.
We feel the same way. Do it now. Congress needs to do it now in terms of permanently putting in place a clear indication that it is the law of the land that women have the ability and the right to make decisions about their reproductive care, and the government does not have the right to make those decisions for a woman.
What do you say to...
So Congress should do it. But that's not the issue, is it? That's not the issue. Congress must act, and Congress they've got a majority in Congress, and they can act right away. They can legalize it. They can codify abortion rights into law right away, right now. The problem is when it gets to the Senate, which is, again, controlled by the Democratic Party, even if it's only 50 votes, they still can't pass something through the Senate, even if they did need just 50 votes, which we, of course, know they need 60. But, like, she's like the very things that they could do to pass this, you know, ending the filibuster, all the things that we've talked about, expanding the court. They've already admitted that they're not going to do any of that. And everyone knows that they're not going to win 10 Senate seats in the next election. They probably will not win 2 Senate seats in the next election. They will most likely lose Senate seats in the next election. So the whole thing is just this complete exercise in just like managing people's expectations downward until they have no more fucking, they don't have to like pretend to have be able to do this stuff anymore. You have to account for the reluctant caucus members. So let's say 65 to 70 to really make it sure. Really make it a sure thing. Once they have 80 seats, then for sure they can do the good things. Just another like 30, 40, 50 years. Just 2 more senators, bro. I promise, bro. Just 2 more senators and it'll fix everything, bro. Bro, just 2 more senators. Please, just 2 more. 2 more senators, we can fix this whole problem, bro. Bro, come on, just give me 2 more senators. I promise, bro. Bro, please, I need 2 more senators. You know, it's pretty pathetic stuff. And I think it's extra pathetic that Kamala still, despite all these opportunities, this mass marketing campaign to like make her into a national political figure, which has just failed every step of the way for now multiple years. Like it's been over 2 years since this like campaign launched. To get people, to just make people listen. They've got all the resources in the world. They got billions of dollars at their disposal. They have every single like high-powered consultant, every single ad agency. They've got MSNBC. They've got CNN. They've got CBC. They've got NBC. They've got CBS. They've got PBS. They've got every single fucking everything at their disposal to carry out one simple project. Turn Kamala Harris into a popular national political figure. Right? They have every single tool you could possibly ever need to do this. They have the most advanced propaganda apparatus ever devised in all of human history. at their disposal.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
And they have one simple
Hurrah.
job. They have one simple task. Make this woman a popular national political figure. They can't do it. They cannot do it. Thank you, Gothen Gelsinner, for the 19 months of Tier 1. Thank you very much. Kamala has worse PR than Hildog. I mean, it's like... Where's that fucking guy, Rex Chapman? Let me see. This guy tweets a lot. Let me see if I can find the tweet that I'm talking about. This is actually one of my bigger Twitter flexes that I've denied like Twitter power user Rex Chapman the follow back. That's my alpha Twitter move of the day. He's following 28K people. I want to see because Rex had a viral tweet. Of course, it's very easy to go viral, making this kind of a sentiment right now. This motherfucker tweets like so much. Ugh. Just one moment. In any moment I will find this. Any moment now. This guy tweets he's retweeting a lot of content from The Boys. Is it just because he likes the show or because he's getting some kind of kickback? I gotta start getting those. Oh, Jesus Christ. This guy tweets so much. I just wanted to address this one thing. If I could find this stupid tweet where he's like yelling at, of course, as everyone do, yelling at like Bernie voters, yelling at everyone who didn't vote for Hillary, all this kind of stuff. We can talk about some of the startling revelations from the January 6th commission. We can take a look at that as well. My God, this fucking guy. He retweets himself a lot too, just shameless. I've maybe retweeted myself like a few times if there's really something that I want to promote. I've retweeted myself like a handful of times, maybe. This motherfucker's just sitting around all day, tweeting and then retweeting himself, just over and over. I've been scrolling for so long, and I can't find this simple tweet from like 2 days ago. Okay, I'm close to giving up now. I suppose I could just find like any one of the other Here we go. There we go. So all the way from June 24th, so that would have taken me like a solid week of scrolling on Rex Chapman's timeline. Thank you for bearing with me here. By the way, I must admit that I do remember very well Rex Chapman's game winner for the Phoenix Suns in the playoffs against the Seattle Sonics. He did hit to his credit, I find him an annoying lib, but he did hit an incredible game-winning shot in the NBA playoffs against the Seattle Sonics one year. So you got to hand it to him for that. Okay? I take no pleasure in reporting this. that Westbrook in his car to was from 15 hours ago, and this guy's like 200 tweets since then. But yes, Sinchel, they just absolutely refuse to get it. And it goes along with what I was saying about Kamala. And it's the same kind of principle, right? Where they just think that they can just, these deeply unpopular people that have no charisma and no connection with anyone, they think that they can just like, because they're like faithful champions of the kind of neoliberal establishment, they can spend unlimited amount of money to just make these people into popular political figures. And it just doesn't work. And the sentiment about Hillary is the same thing. And you have so much, every time the Supreme Court does anything, you have these kinds of tweets going viral. How many? 70K likes on this tweet. It says, I'd like to thank all the people who thought there was no difference between Hillary and Trump. The women who voted for Trump because they were mad Hillary stayed with Bill. All the Bernie supporters who stayed home to make a statement. The Obama supporters who didn't vote because they assumed she would win. Most of all, James Comey for writing that dumb letter. Congratulations. Like, here's the, like, this is just sad and childish. It's sad and childish that it's hard to believe this, but it has been almost 6 years. And people in the liberal establishment, or people connected to the liberal establishment, people in the Democratic Party, prominent liberals in the media, like Rex Chapman, they just can't accept just the fundamental, basic reality that Hillary and the Democrats blew it. That's the beginning and the end of the story of why everything that is happening right now with the Supreme Court and Donald Trump and all that stuff, that's why it happened. Hillary and the Democrats blew it. They fucking blew it. They had $1 billion to spend on that election. They got everything their way. When there was a possible challenge to Hillary's winning the nomination, they ruthlessly crushed it, and ruthlessly crushed every single young person that maybe thought that there was a possibility that they could influence things to be slightly better. They had $1 billion to spend against Donald fucking Trump of all people. Every single high-powered consultant group, every single ad agency, every single A-list celeb, right? All the positive things that Bernie wanted to put on the Democratic Party platform to even make it better was like shot down when they were talking about the platform. They got everything their way. They got everything that they wanted. They got the candidate they wanted. And in fact, I remember well, I'm a veteran of the posting wars of 2015 and 2016. I've been at this as long ago. It's crazy and weird that it was that long ago. But I remember distinctly that a lot of these people, these smug liberals, in the run-up to the election that were literally just like, don't vote. We don't want your vote. We don't care. We don't need it. We don't care about you like whiny socialists or whatever. That was the attitude that people in like the connected to the liberal establishment were taking about voting for Hillary. They were like, we don't want you. Get out of here. They blew it. They had every single advantage, every opportunity, infinite resources, and they just fucking blew it. And I think it's just sad and pathetic that 6 entire years later, they can't just get this through their heads. They can't accept this just basic reality. They can't admit that they got everything that they wanted and they blew it. They fucked up. They completely fucked it. And it's their fault. It's no one else's fault but theirs. Obama lost 1,000 plus seats from 2010 on. Yeah, but it's our fault. Yeah. And we can litigate all the shit about all the stuff about why Hillary lost has been endlessly litigated and relitigated. We don't even need to get into it. A good example, though, to briefly, ever so slightly relitigate it, was a story that came out, which is still stunning to this day, which is that there was people on the ground that were worried in Michigan and these battleground states about losing, and they were hoping to get resources from the campaign, which again had $1 billion at their disposal, to get people going out to Michigan to knock doors and like get out the vote in Michigan and these battleground states. And the Hillary campaign, literally, there is a bus of activists heading to Michigan to campaign, where Hillary famously did not campaign. Why? Partially because she's incredibly unpopular there and elsewhere. And the campaign literally called the activists on the bus going to Michigan and said, turn the bus around. Do not go. Do not go to Michigan. Because then that's going to signal to Donald Trump that we think it's a toss-up, which we obviously know from our fucking genius consulting and our algorithms or whatever that we have trusted to figure this shit out for us. We've determined that it's actually already sewn up, and we don't want to give them the impression that this is a possible, that we're nervous about losing. I don't know how you can think the Dems are going to win following the 2016 celeb fight song at the DNC. And Pally, like, that's the thing that I've owned up to as well, which is that I absolutely did believe the rhetoric from the establishment that Trump had no chance of winning. I absolutely did believe that. That regardless of how shitty Hillary was, Trump's just he's so controversial, he's so unpopular. Of course Donald Trump is not going to win the election for president of the United States. Of course not. I believe that. And in retrospect, of course, it seemed like the most obvious thing ever. It seems it should have been incredibly obvious that that's exactly what was going to happen, but I really might just refuse to believe it. And I refused to believe it all the way up till election night. I think when Russ Feingold lost the Senate race in Wisconsin, when it was clear that Wisconsin was going to Trump, and that's the moment that I was like, okay, this is actually happening. This is actually happening. I did not believe it. Michigan are here. Hillary lost by like 11K votes. I have a bunch of friends that would have voted for Bernie instead of Hill Dog, but voted third party instead. Don't blame them at all. And no, you shouldn't. And people that voted for third party, as much as liberals and Democrats try to pretend that third party votes just intrinsically belong to them, people vote for third party because they're not interested in voting for any of the two political parties under those conditions. And the Democrats knew full well that they were alienating people like that. And what did Chuck Schumer say? I think talking about in Pennsylvania, if I remember correctly, saying like for every urban Philadelphia Union person that we lose, we're gonna pick up 3 suburban moderate Republicans in the Pennsylvania suburbs or something along those lines. That's what they thought. Like they knew. They thought that their genius strategy of Clintonist triangulation was gonna crush in the suburbs, and all these moderate Republicans that they fucking worship were going to fall in line. This was their whole strategy, and they blew it. And they still can't stop pointing fingers to everyone else. We haven't even, and people have mentioned Russia. We didn't even mention Russia. The way that Russia was the other scapegoat. You know, I'm surprised Rex didn't put that in as well. You know what I mean? It's just childish and sad and pathetic that they can't just accept this basic reality. This basic reality that they blew it. They had $1 billion to spend on this thing, to win a campaign against Donald Trump. They had every advantage. Every media organization was in the fucking tank for them. All the high-powered consultants, all the celebs, the A-listers, you know, as much as they blame fucking Susan Sarandon, they have every single A-list celebrity lining up behind them. And they blew it. They fucking blew it. And it's the same thing now, right? It's like the same thing now. They're hoping that with their advantage and like in all their consultants and all their media arms and all their speechwriters and all the celebs, they think that they can make this happen again, regardless of what public opinion says, regardless of how unpopular they are, regardless of how unpopular Kamala is, or the fact that the whole Kamala project to make her a successful, popular national figure has just completely failed for now years. And they're still just doing the same thing, right? They're still just like, we can just make this happen. We can make these people popular. It's just not going to happen. Excuse me, but I have to know exactly what Gina Davis thought about the election because I need to hold her responsible.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
I watched the first episode of that G-Word show on Netflix after hearing about it on Insurgents, where I get all my news and cultural recommendations. It's pretty good.
Thank you, Ice Tray. I'm glad you checked it out. I actually haven't watched the show, but I enjoyed talking to Adam for the podcast episode. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Hillary basically lost to a black guy named Hussein and a Jewish socialist. That's how bad she is. Yeah, and a Nazi game show host. To complete the triumvirate. And frankly, I hope she does run again. I hope she does. All these guys are they tweet so much. The Wall Street Journal says a perfect storm in the Democratic Party is making a once unfathomable scenario plausible. A political comeback for Hillary Clinton in 2024.
Is trouble brewing at the highest level of the White House? CNN reports, quote, the vice president herself has told several confidants she feels constrained in what she's able to do politically.
So you don't feel misused or underused?
No, I don't.
CNN continues, and those around her remain wary of even hinting at future political ambitions, with Biden's team highly attuned to signs of disloyalty,
Here's how Hillary can still
particularly
win.
from the vice president.
So you're not discussing 2024 yet?
Absolutely not.
There have been problems brewing from the first months, and now it's spilling out. The president's team is accusing the vice president of dysfunction and a lack of focus. Kamala Harris's defenders are claiming she was handed two dead-end portfolios, immigration and voting rights. And it doesn't really matter who has the better argument. It's just never good for a party when there's a rift in the White House.
Okay.
It was early 2019 when Kamala Harris threw her hat in the ring for the Democratic presidential nomination. Initially, she was all about pleasing the progressive base.
I believe we need to legalize marijuana.
But in an effort to distinguish herself from rivals and to take down a frontrunner, she targeted the closest thing to a moderate.
I do not believe you are a racist.
Suggesting Mr.
This is like, of course, attacking Biden was one of the only good things she did in the whole primary. And if she immediately walked it back. This is what the VP position is for, to be the fall guy for everything. It's not a secret.
Biden was pro-segregation.
You also worked with them to oppose busing.
Much like today, the mainstream media loved her.
Kamala is not running for vice president. She's running for president.
But trying to please both the progressive and more moderate wings of the Democratic Party was a bridge too far.
I am suspending our campaign today.
Never forget that Kamala Harris was the first top-tier candidate to drop out of the presidential primary.
Progressive is just being pro-weed. Well, remember as well, during the Trump years, when Bernie put out a Medicare for All bill in the Senate, Kamala Harris was one of the first people to co-sign it, to put her name on it, to co-sponsor it. Sorry, which shows you exactly how you can't trust when Democrats or liberals take forceful progressive political positions when they know that there's no possibility that it's going to be enacted. what you need to know is when they support these things, like when there's an actual possibility. And of course, during the Trump era, when there was no possibility that Medicare for all would ever be enacted, she was able to take this kind of stance and position herself as being this, like, embracing this kind of Bernie style progressive moment. And then, of course, as soon as it came down to it, and she starts running for president, she co-sponsored M4A. This is what I mean. Yeah. And then as soon as she goes to run for president, she drops all response for that. That's why you can never trust liberals or progressives when they, even if they co-sponsor bills, even if they say they want to do things, what matters is what they support when they actually have the ability to do it. And she immediately dropped that. And I think, like many Democrats, wanted to use the sort of progressive credentials she had just by co-sponsoring that as a way to, like, give her some kind of credibility. Well, then when Bernie ran for president, having to be like, no, I don't support his healthcare plan, which is a pretty fucking political genius move. I've been reading about monkeypox this morning, and now thinking about how Harris or Clinton running for president, I'm impossibly doomed. I still haven't allowed myself to even think for one moment about monkeypox. My brain is like this solid brick wall, and any mention of monkeypox just goes boing, just bounces right off. It makes no impact on me whatsoever. I'm going to forget that we even had this conversation. Yeah, Squatch. I mean, when she said, yeah, they should get monthly bailout money, like $2,000 monthly checks. Like, that's what she was saying. Of course, when there's no possibility of implementing that. I need to do this to myself. It's a good strategy. When these horrible things happen, is just to, like, completely ignore it and pretend that it's not happening. And indeed, convince yourself that it is not happening. Stop playing with this little thing. It's making an annoying sound. Anyway, let's hear more of this clip here.
Campaign that totally lacked focus and consistency. It probably should have been the end of any of her aspirations for the White House, but the media and liberal activists picked up her cause as a Veep pick, seeing her as the best chance to continue a progressive push after a Biden presidency.
First of all, is the answer yes?
The answer is absolutely yes, Joe.
Joe Biden could have chosen a running mate that would excite his base and reassure undecided voters. Instead, he went with the candidate that had turned on him in the debates, a California senator who exemplified political mediocrity. But she was a woman of color.
This morning, all across the nation, little girls woke up, especially little black and brown girls, who so often feel overlooked and undervalued in their communities.
Joe Biden's...
But today...
How many black and brown girls...
Maybe,
Joe Biden lock up their families?
For the first time in a new way, as the stuff of president and vice presidents.
Less than 1 year into the presidency, and while Joe Biden's average approval rating stands at 41%, his VP's is marginally worse at just 40%.
Do you think she is receiving more criticism because she's the first woman of color to serve as vice president?
Yes.
But despite the
G.
media's continued
It just
deflection
sounds
to
wrong.
race, Mrs. Harris's track record is less than inspiring and often misleading, whether on the Biden agenda,
Is not going to cost anything. We're paying for it.
Afghanistan,
We have seen a successful drawdown of the embassy.
or the border chaos.
This whole thing about the border, we've been to the border. We've been to the border.
You haven't been to the border.
And I haven't been to Europe. And I don't understand the point that you're making.
This only marks the
No, you do
beginning
not.
of the attacks on her. The more doubts grow that she's the actual heir apparent to Biden, the more jockeying you'll see among other Democrats to claim that spot, whether it's Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg or a Senator Amy Klobuchar or a Governor Gretchen Whitmer. And this is going to be a real problem for the White House because it's going to have to spend energy battling all those long knives rather than focusing on its agenda.
Yes, liberals today may be relieved that Trump is out of the White House, but surely even they'd agree that VP Mike Pence was a safer pair of hands than Kamala Harris.
What happens in Virginia will in large part determine
Although she did get one thing right.
what happens in 2022, 2024, and on.
Okay, so that was just mostly a video on how Kamala is bad. It doesn't get into the. I'm not subscribing to the Wall Street Journal to read this. But overall, this is trying to test the waters for a Clinton comeback. And Clinton was just in the news the other day. Remember that interview? She was in that interview like just the other day. She's obviously got a media team that's making inquiries. She got that interview the other day, said whatever we have to do to win in the next election, right? Which of course doesn't include like progressive policies that help people. Of course, that doesn't include when it's the whatever it takes to win. That means like throwing trans people under the bus and running more cops and stuff. Thank you, Hill Dog. Yeah. I don't know. I think that would be a funny outcome. What do you folks think about the outcome of in 2024 in an AOC primary? Would you support something like that? I've said before, I've retired from my days of like supporting or standing like liberal Democrat or liberal in the Liberal Party or the NDP politicians. I don't think voting for anyone is going to like lead to resolving any of the major crises we know that we're facing. Like I think we can all kind of understand that there's no candidate that's going to like really resolve that. Sadly, Mao is not on the ballot. Yeah, I do think in terms of like the Democratic Party and for how fucking horrible it is, that is probably the best case scenario. But who knows if she would ever even do that? She's obviously, as much as she may have challenged power in the power structures of the Democratic Party by backing Bernie, she's been like spending the last 2 years like trying to like play nice and trying to encourage people to support the establishment, and has just been like spat on like every step of the way, and has been sidelined and blamed, I think, for a lot of their own problems that they have caused. I've crunched the numbers and they're not going to tolerate a primary from the left. No, of course they're not going to. Of course they're not going to. I think AOC won't be old enough yet. I believe in G. Cluppy in 24 she would be. I don't know. I would certainly like, again, like I don't have any faith in any like politician like leading to like good outcomes that are going to avoid us from like or fix any of the like serious crises that we're facing, whether it's the climate or the economy, the collapsing economy, housing, criminal justice. We know exactly like what the establishment will do if someone ever comes along that's an actual threat to that. I do think it would be an entertaining outcome. I would like to see it. I would like if she actually did go ahead and do that and was actually like challenging the people in power in the party and presenting a contrast between their vision and like the more progressive vision. I would think it would be interesting to watch. I don't have a ton of confidence that it would lead to anything positive happening. She also still has dog shit foreign policy stances. Well, that's it. That's the best we can ever hope for. If you're like a progressive person that is talking about like, if you're talking about like electoral politics, that's the absolute best you can hope for, is someone that's like mildly progressive that still time and time again takes imperialist foreign policy stances. That's the absolute best case scenario. I don't think saying concentration camps is hyperbolic. I don't think that. I mean, it's AOC herself took a lot of criticism for calling the migrant situation concentration camps when it was going on. I think that's an accurate framing of how America treats migrants and refugees and asylum seekers. The problem is she called them concentration camps when it was the Donald Trump administration, and now that the Joe Biden administration and her like friends in the Democratic Party establishment are running the concentration camps, now she doesn't seem as eager to talk about it as much. That's kind of the issue. Anyway, like the contrast is pretty clear right now. Like when she's basically the only one connected with the Democratic Party in any way that's proposing like actual concrete actions and solutions they could do, and is not just saying like vote for the Democrats. She's literally the only person that's speaking to these things and realistically talking about things that they could do, going after Supreme Court justices, etc., and like actual concrete actions that they could take. They're already locking people up for abortions. Locking up queer people doesn't seem that far off. No, it doesn't. I mean, they're already taking trans kids away from their parents, right? Like, it's not far off at all. This is the kind of thing when you talk about, like, I don't want to be canceled or whatever for not being subversive enough. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I am just a shit lib. You know, maybe I am. Maybe the shit lib allegations are true. I think you can hold two thoughts in your mind at the same time. That like liberals and Democrats are not going to solve the problems, and voting for Democrats is not going to solve the problems. Voting for liberals is not going to solve the problems. I actually do think, this is my cancel-worthy shit lib opinion, that it's a legitimate reason to vote for one of these soulless neoliberals is to keep the extreme right fascists from having full grips on power. I actually do think that's a legitimate reason to like vote in these horrible bourgeois undemocratic elections. And I think you can hold two thoughts in your mind at the same time. That of course voting is not an adequate political solution to any of these crises. Of course, no, liberals are not going to come save us. They're not going to become socialists overnight and realize the error of their ways. We're not going to be able to use the electoral system to like vote ourselves out of imperialism or capitalism or any of these things. I do actually think it's legitimate though to vote for shitty liberals over like blood drinking psychotic conservatives. I do think you can make that case. Not that I would ever tell anyone how to vote. I think people completely checking out of the system or voting third party or doing any of these other things, I think that's totally legitimate as well. I wouldn't shame anyone for not voting or shame anyone for not doing this. It is just a stopgap. I mean, that should be clear. Any actual political change that comes to our economic system for any of these to resolve any of these crises is going to come from mass direct action. And we should always be 100% clear about that. I think you could also make the case that the Democratic Party should be destroyed in order to move left. Yeah, but I think the thing is like, the problem is, I think this idea, and some people I think had this in the lead up to Donald Trump and thought that like, oh, when Trump is in power and the far right is ascendant, it's going to make things, it's going to be better for like organizing. But like, I think that's a dangerous game though. I think it's a really dangerous game. I don't think putting fascists in power is like actually a positive, like I feel like if you look at like organizing under the Nazi party in the UK, or it's in Nazi party in, boy, that was a Freudian slip. That was a Freudian slip if I've ever heard one. It's not like it got good things happen for the left in Germany when the Nazi party took over and they started just immediately persecuting people for their sexual orientation, communists, socialists, trade unionists, Jews, other ethnic groups. Like, this wasn't good wasn't good for organizing to have this fascist takeover. And in fact, you want to organize politically so that fascism doesn't take over. I think that's kind of one of the goals of left-wing organizing, is to prevent that outcome from happening. I wouldn't, and again, I would never lecture anyone about voting or tell people who to vote for or lecture people for not voting. I really I understand the tendency to just completely drop out, and to not support this. Obviously, I spend my whole fucking life talking about how awful this political movement is and how much I detest these liberals and the rotten values of the Democratic Party. I talk about this each and every day. So, I don't want to give anyone the impression that I'm thinking that these people are good people, which I don't. That's not something that I believe. And that's right, Squatch. The libs are the one that handed power to the Nazis in Germany. That's exactly right. Yeah. And that's exactly where America is going right now, under the current trajectory, right? We are seeing right now in real time liberals basically just rolling out the red carpet for the far right to ascend. Anyway, I don't really know what the answer is. Again, I just I would like to think that there's something that can be done to stop this coming extreme reactionary turn. Obviously, the liberal establishment is just rolling out the red carpet for it right now. And they're just setting the stage for this to happen. As much as they love to talk about January 6th and the threat to democracy, they're literally setting all the conditions right now to ensure that these far-right reactionaries take full control of the United States government completely legally and completely democratically, for as much as they're complaining about January 6th right now. Yeah, I think this is a good point too, Control Alt John. We can talk about the Dem Party needing to go. What are the means to do that? If the Dem Party falls without a solid, organized Communist Party, that's bad news. This is kind of the issue. There's the work to organize people in a mass left-wing political movement that would replace that has barely even begun. And if the Democratic Party went away tomorrow, there would not be immediately some better party that would spring up in its place. Not necessarily. Capital is trying to keep the Nazis on a short leash so they can deploy as needed when the left gets too ornery. Yep. Yeah, that's... Believe me, I have no illusions about that and the role that liberalism plays in leading to the rise of fascism. We talk about this often on the show. I think you all know my opinions on this. Do they even need full control of the state to exert their power and achieve their goals? Obviously not, since right now they're doing that while not controlling the White House or the Senate or the Congress, and they're still exerting their will on people undemocratically. Anyone going to be downtown Ottawa for Canada Day? I'd be interested to see, Stu. I'm definitely going to try and cover Canada Day and cover all the festivities and all the craziness that's going to be going on. So-called Canada Day. That's right. It's a fake country, folks. Does not exist. Anyway, what I'm saying is Hillary 2024. That's my main point. Hillary 2024. And if any of you chatters don't vote for this woman, it's her turn. And if you don't vote for her, I'm going to be out here lecturing you. I'm going to be calling you sexist. She warned us that the orange man was bad, folks. She very clearly said the orange man was bad. And you didn't want to listen, did you? And so maybe they've got a good system figured out, liberal at the head of state and extremist doing the dirty work. See, I think that's the way things have usually worked. The issue is, though, that like the conservative movement in America is so fucking extreme, and it's not like in the past where they had these like establishment guys running the movement and then all the henchmen on the ground doing the dirty work. Now you've got the inmates running the asylum in the conservative movement. Now the ones that are leading the conservative movement, and we see where all the energy and excitement is. They're the true believers. They have no interest in working with liberals to keep this kind of like good cop, bad cop grift going. These people actually think liberals are like evil, baby killing communists, you know? So even if that was once a good grift, this kind of good cop, bad cop routine, it's obviously not going to keep up like this. Because there's people in the conservative movement that have zero interest in working with the liberals to keep this up, to keep up this grift. They actually believe these people to be like monstrous enemies of America, that they openly fantasize about like hanging them and putting them in concentration camps and stuff. She earned the presidency, and us entitled voters didn't give her what she was owed. Shame on us. Well, that's it. It's like most qualified candidate ever, right? The most qualified candidate. And you let her down, folks. Not me. Not me, of course. But you. I suppose this comes down to whether you think the Dems serve as a stopgap from all fascism or more as an org that stymies the left. I think it's the latter, but I'm not saying it's correct. It's honestly, I think they do both. They fill both of those roles. And obviously, organizing energy should be going into like left-wing institutions and should not be going into the Democratic Party. I would never make that argument. Again, everyone here knows my feelings about liberals and the Democratic Party. I think I talk about this quite often. You know? I don't think that anyone should waste their time knocking doors for the Democratic Party. I would not recommend that anyone do that. I guess my whole basic point, my shitlib point, was that I'm not that precious about voting, and that like I don't think it's like upholding this rotten system to go and fucking pull a lever for a soulless neoliberal over a like fascist that wants to put trans people in camps. You know? And I can think that while simultaneously not shaming anyone who doesn't want to be involved in that, because I understand that viewpoint as well. That's right, Rob is not an American liberal. He's a Canadian liberal. Thank you, Red Wizard. Thank you. I think really the perfect ending to this story, that this saga that started in 2015 and going into 2024 would be another Hillary and Bernie primary with the winner facing Trump. I think ultimately that would be probably the best case scenario. Just in terms of content. You know, you can't deny that the content would be incredible. What we talked about it a little, like in a moment when we were watching that Kamala Harris video. I think the best case scenario would have been, here comes Bernie with the metal chair meme. Well, same with me, Lodane. I'm not going back to my Bernie bro roots, really, like, one of the arguments that I was making prior to 2020 was that I thought Bernie should have just fucking skipped the whole Democratic primary and just run as a third-party candidate. But Bernie is just not that guy, though. He was too afraid of being a spoiler. And I think he believed a lot of the bullshit about him being a spoiler in 2016 and didn't want to get accused of that again. But that, I think, would have been... I think he just should have skipped that whole Democratic... stupid bullshit, obviously rigged Democratic primary. And all that energy and all those resources and all the organizers and all the millions of people that were really excited by that, just skip that whole process and go right to just do a third-party run. Put all that energy into the general election. Forget about the whole stupid Democratic primary. Look, we're not going to get lives with dignity or justice, but they're offering us an incredible deal on memes right now, and we'd be fools not to take it. Okay, straight up, listen, I got an idea. Ridiculously leftist pro wrestler runs for president and pulls all the stunts out of the business. Okay, so this is another thing I wanted to talk about here. Because I kind of agree with the basic premise that the answer might be celebs. Right? I think maybe some kind of a project that breaks this neoliberal deadlock is going to be some weird celeb. I think the left needs a Trump figure. And listen, this man is a liberal. This man is not a leftist. He's not a socialist. What do you think about this idea, though? What do you think about this? Howard Stern. Howard Stern's talking about running for president, with reveals plans to, quote, overturn all this bullshit. Wait, hold on. I know this is like funny and ridiculous. But let's hear Howard out. Like, let's hear Howard's pitch for this. And let me tell me what you think. This is honestly just what's in this like basic bullshit that he was talking about on his radio show or whatever. This is already a better pitch than any Democrat has made about this. So he says the problem that most presidents have is they have too big of an agenda. He said on his Sirius XM radio show Monday, the only agenda I would have is to make the country fair again. He calls out Donald Trump's 3 Supreme Court justices for lying about accepting legal precedent during their confirmation hearings. It's very hard to have a Supreme Court that's openly lied. It undermines everything. He said the 3 were put into the court by Trump, who lost the popular vote in the 2016 election by nearly 3 million votes. A guy who lost the vote won the election, he said. How long can we keep electing people who lost the election? As a result, Stern vowed to end the Electoral College. I'm going to do the one very simple thing that'll set the country straight. One vote, one person, he said. No more Electoral College. I'm getting rid of it. He also vowed more immediate action to fix the Supreme Court. The other thing is, if I do run for president, and I'm not fucking around, I'm really thinking about it, because the only other thing I'm going to do is appoint 5 more Supreme Court justices, Stern said. Who are going to overturn all the bullshit. That's the quote, which is for some reason not in this. Stern also said last year he was considering running for president, but only if Donald Trump was the Republican nominee. I'll beat his ass, he vowed. But you know what I mean, though? Like, that is already better than any Democrat. He's literally just imagine a Democrat just being like, if you elect me, I'm going to put in 5 more Supreme Court justices. I'm running on abolishing the Electoral College and appointing 5 new Supreme Court justices. Like, regardless of what you think about Howard Stern, that's immediately more compelling. That's immediately more compelling than any like national Democrat is what they're saying about this stuff. Oh yeah, the 9/11 episode is horrifying. Absolutely. I just think it's funny the way that like that this is immediately more of a compelling, in my opinion, this is more of a compelling agenda than any Democrat is running on right now. What even is the Democrat plan? Literally just wait for justices to die. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. We won't abolish the filibuster. We won't appoint any new justices. If we win like 12 new Senate seats, then we'll enshrine it into law, which they all know is not going to happen. So their plan is to do nothing. Their plan is just to do nothing. I mean, literally what got us started talking about all this was Kamala Harris being like, do what? That was the whole thing that got us started on talking about this.
Democratic voters who argue, wait a minute, we worked.
Fuck off. Jesus.
To Democratic voters who argue, wait a minute, we worked really hard to elect a Democratic president and vice president, Democratic-led House, a Democratic-led Senate. Do it now.
But do what now? What now? I mean, we need...
There we go. A Howard Stern presidency would be exactly as effective as the Joe Biden one. Well, the thing is, I think having a president that was like, I want to do this. That's one thing that I think Howard Stern is saying he would do. I want to do these big things. Here's what's stopping me. That's what Joe Biden hasn't done. Right? And he's literally not even saying he wants to do any of the big things. But that was the whole point of arguing for Bernie, right? Not that he could just do everything that he wanted, but just the fact that you would see the president out there being like, I want to do X and Y. I'm really trying to do it. These are the people that are stopping me from doing it. And now you need to come together and help get rid of these people so I can do the things. Right? That was the whole premise of the Bernie campaign, which maybe wouldn't have worked. But like it was at least a different strategy than what Joe Biden is doing. A random celebrity being president would just be the intelligence apparatus and lobbyist dream. It probably, again, like Howard Stern is a liberal, and and it has been extremely reactionary in many of his stances that he's taking. Like we talked about, is the clip from 9/11, where they're just like bomb the entire Middle East, nuke the Middle East, and they're just like really grim stuff. I think revealing what is animating the liberal mind. I guess that's the kind of thing that makes me kind of interested about something like that, is just saying like, I want to add 5 new justices to the Supreme Court. Again, like he's already, just by making that basic statement, he's outflanked every single member of the Democratic Party. Joe Biden is a far-right sicko, though, so a lib would be preferable. Yeah, absolutely. What I would like, really, I think the ideal scenario for America is like a communist celeb. Some kind of celeb that would just like, that would have money and name recognition and would be like Trump, but good. I think that's the one thing that could maybe help America. Just kind of like one of these characters who's just going to insult everybody, who's going to talk about all the bullshit norms and just like fucking shit on everything, all the institutions and all the precious norms, but in a good way, for good. The anti-Trump. Now is the time for Affleck supremacy. Danny DeVito is close enough. Danny DeVito would be good. Our precious norms, folks. Jesus fucking Christ, is the most depressing discussion this month. Well, it shows how grim the political landscape is in America is. It's just, I feel like a full extreme right takeover of every level of the country is just on the horizon. So I'm just like, all of this discussion is just coming up with it's just like a fun conversation, thought experiment to come up with possible things that could avoid that outcome that just seems like completely carved into stone right now. George Michael would be good, yeah. We're just having fun here, gang. That's right. We have so little. We have so little to work with. The last thing I wanted to say too is just that because like Kamala, when she was like flexing her progressive credentials, was talking about like legalizing weed, and that to me is like is almost like the end game, because we've talked about how Republicans have been like doing this kind of like fake pivot to like this, social spending and family values and that kind of stuff, and we've talked about how that's bullshit. But if Democrats get outflanked on weed, if a Republican just figures out they just need to run on legal weed, I don't think Democrats will ever win another election in the United States. If they get beat to that easy slam dunk position, which they could get into now, and would like certainly ensure that they could probably hold on to some semblance of power. If they get outflanked on this by the right, they're just going to be completely fucked for the rest of our natural lives. Isn't one lesson from Jakarta to arm up and form self-defense groups? I think that's an unmistakable lesson from Jakarta Method, which is that all the people that lived through these like fascist takeovers, these like social democrats that worked against people that wanted to organize and arm themselves, all admitted that the people that wanted to arm up were correct in retrospect. How about a freaking epic celebrity like Ron Swanson? How about he runs on unlimited bacon for the entire country? A bacon in every pan. A bacon in every on every plate. Reddit president. Well, they'll change the constitution so Musk can run. Musk will be the ultimate Reddit president. Maybe they could do that. Maybe that could be a possible outcome. Okay, listen, I gotta take a break. I'm gonna go pick up I'm gonna go check on my kid and see how he's doing. I'll come back in a moment and we'll look at some Kwame Ture. I really need to try and get to the sub goal today. I don't want to pressure people too much here. I really got to try and take some time to chill for the stream. I'm just going to go take a moment to check on my kid, though, and see how he's doing. I'll come back after and we can watch some Kwame Ture videos. I'll be back in a moment. I think Howard Stern is a big-time Zionist too, isn't he? Howard Stern blasts Roger Waters over Israel boycott. Israel has a tiny little country and it bugs the shit out of Roger Waters, the radio host says. Well, so much for that idea. So much for that idea. Of course, he's talked about nuking the Middle East, so of course he's a fucking Zionist as well. I guess the whole point of bringing that up, though, is just the fact that by saying I will appoint 5 new Supreme Court justices, just by saying that basic thing, he's already outflanked every single Democrat. That was the basic point that I was trying to. It wasn't a Stern endorsement. Who will run as a Democrat who isn't a Zionist? That is also true. Even Democrats that nominally support Palestinian rights, like Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is probably as close to anyone in the United States Congress that. If you're a senator, are you still part of the United States Congress, or is that just congressmen? I don't know. I don't know what the correct terminology is. He's pretty much anyone even remotely associated with the Democratic Party establishment who has a decent stance on Israel, and he's still a Zionist. Congress is the House and Senate. Okay, that's what I thought. Stern is a rich lib and has said a lot of racist stuff, so he's 100% on par with the average U.S. presidential candidate. Yeah, that is true. Anyway, my kid is doing okay. I just went upstairs. He was awake. He was awake and watching Teen Titans. And I filled him up some more water. Hopefully he'll feel better soon. Okay. Seeing if I could find my Matt Damon picture. I gotta save this shit. This is everyone's favorite part of the stream when I'm scrolling. Just scrolling away. We're going to get to Kwame Ture next, folks. We're going to get to Kwame Ture next, but I do need to take some time. Like I said, I wasn't sure if I was even going to be able to stream today. Before we continue, talking about looking at the Kwame speech and everything we want to get into, I would like to get a little bit closer to the sub goal if that's possible. So if you are watching the stream and you do want to support this channel, which you can do by subscribing for $5 per month, or by gifting subs, or by using your Amazon Prime subscription, to convert to a free Prime Twitch sub. That's how you support the channel. You can get all the emotes. You can join the community. And remember, folks, fortune favors the brave. Remember that. I'm never going to be able to do that fortune favors the braves bit the way I was able to that one time. It was totally perfect. And I just couldn't do it.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Comrade Social Distancing, for the 2 gifted subs. I was hoping to maybe make up for like the lack of hitting the sub goal tomorrow. Yesterday. I'm not going to worry about that too much. Because again, I don't even know how much longer I have here. I realized because yesterday I was like winning on this whole thing, and I'm trying to like, okay, if I just power through, a portion for every sub goes to Canadians for Stirring 24. I think sometimes when I try to power through and just say encourage people to subscribe and not have to do the whole segment, I've realized now that I have, in order to do this, though, I have to do the whole segment. I have to do the whole thing. Oh, thank you, Chimera Machina. Look at a 690 tip. Very nice. Very, very nice.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
I'll be mesmerized by Worm God Matt Damon TRRS Rob Mode 2.
Thank you, Useless.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
This doesn't look right.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you to John McCain's Ghost for gifting a sub. I really appreciate that, John. Thank you. And also thank you to Sophisticated Pills for gifting a sub. Notice how I skipped over past the 666th sub just to support the stream. That's why we love you, Comrade Social Distancing. Thank you. That takes a lot of restraint. So once again, though, if you are, if you're new to the community, this image does contain the friendship triangle system, which is very clear. I think it's very clearly explained. Do I need to put on like the music and everything? I guess I have to, right? That's what it's what the people demand. It's what the people demand. I just have to give it to them. Can you tell that I'm losing my energy and my ability to do these bitches day in and day out? Has anyone noticed this? That's so loud. Gosh. Really
We
loud.
simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
Let's push this train, TRRS Kim.
Thank you, Sophisticated Pills, for the 200 friend coin. So, folks, the friendship triangle system. The Twitch is only one of a kind, copyrighted, friendship, tiered friendship reward system. This system does not exist anywhere else on this platform. So you can subscribe to the channel using your Twitch Prime sub, or just by paying $5 a month, or by gifting subs. This can get you into the base level of the friendship triangle. We're also close to the hype train right now. Gifting 5+ subs, as you can see from this diagram, will put you into the
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
You can move up and down through the triangle. Into the elite level, you can stay in the chaos zone, which works for some people. You can stay in that base level. Okay? Whichever is more comfortable for you. The most important thing is that you will be part of a very special, very dynamic community. You'll be less alienated. You will be less isolated. You'll feel a connection to other people. You'll feel a connection to your new friends. And listen, if you've got people in your family that are wondering what this system is, or why you're spending your time in this community, or why you're contributing to it, that's called a toxic person. All right? That is a toxic person. We don't want to have any of those kinds of people in our lives. This community is going to help you move past that. That's the important thing. It's the only stable investment. A base level love bombing. Believe me, join the base level of the triangle. Join the Discord server. You'll get a love bombing that you wouldn't even believe. You wouldn't even believe this. Look at me. Look in my eyes. We're your real family. That's right. That is absolutely right. You don't need a family anymore. That's the genius of it. You don't need a family anymore. You have a new family, a better family. And it's not a cult, and it's not a pyramid scheme. It's two-dimensional. It's a two-dimensional shape. Very stable. It's a stable investment.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I could use a good cult.
We simply use the computer to mark up the size of the account.
I can't
Join the
stress
Friendship
enough.
Triangle now. Use promo code NOTALKCULT.
No talk cult. As I did explain, Amp, it is not a cult. So if you are looking for a cult, this is obviously not what you're looking for. But I do think it is something that you should support and that you should be a part of. I love things that are neither a cult nor a pyramid scheme. Thank you, Mark. That's exactly right. Remember, the Friendship Triangle is not endorsed by Matt Damon. His likeness is only used due to its topicality. Clearly explained, it's a triangle scheme. And again, not a scheme. It's not a scheme either. Right? It's not a scheme. It's simply a community. It's simply a community of people that love and respect each other. And like, if you've got a problem with that, okay, well, that's your own prerogative. Whatever personal thing personal drama or personal baggage you're bringing into that, that's up to you to reckon with that. I could actually use a proper cult right now. Preferably one of those where you drink something nice and go to sleep and then you wake up on a spaceship heading away from Earth. That does sound kind of sick. That does sound pretty sick, I gotta say. It's simply a triangular invitation to a really great time. It took me inordinately long to realize it was a bit. Not sure what you're referring to, Ellie. It's not a bit, okay? It's not a bit or a joke. It's called a lifestyle. It's called a lifestyle. And it's a life-changing opportunity for people in this chat right now, people that are watching the channel for the first time. And when you grow old, when you're getting to retirement age, believe me, I guarantee, there's no worse feeling than looking back through the years and thinking about the missed opportunities. The missed opportunities to make your life better. The missed opportunities to join wonderful, dynamic communities like this. All the connections and the personal experiences that's going to lead to. No one wants this. No one wants to be on their deathbed looking back at the time that they had an opportunity to improve their lives, to improve their fortunes, to improve their material conditions, to improve their happiness, to improve their friendship levels. And you've let it slip through your fingers, didn't you? You let the opportunity slip through your fingers. Everyone is part of some community. This one is just centered around slubbing to Rib, our glorious leader who provides everything we'll ever need, clout and friendship. Thank you, Quaker Oats guy. Thank you, friends. Now I don't have to die alone. That's right. No, none of us do. Let's get to Kwame Ture. Okay, I'm rapidly losing my ability to do these. I don't know what it was like. For the first year and a half of doing the show, I didn't really think much about the whole slub to rib thing, the pitch moment. I didn't really I was just it's part of the work. If I want to do this as work, then I just have to do that. I'm really getting to a point
You
where
can
it's
count on
becoming
me.
more
You're
and
gonna
more
have good
difficult.
old Rob to talk you through all this.
Each and every day.
Slubbin.
Thank you, Lack of XP. Look at that. Thank you for the 13 months of Tier 1. Very much appreciated, Lack of XP. Thank you. Me saying goodbye to my family and friends now that I'm 100% focused on the TRRS community. G Cleffy, I love your attitude. Absolutely love your attitude. Anyway, I'm not going to panic about it. I'm being chill. Okay, I'm going to be chill about all this stuff. So which ones have we seen? We watched University of Georgia, right? We listened to the Zionist stuff the other day. We watched this one. There's a couple of shorter ones. There's this interview with Elaine Brown in '93, shortly before his death. Perhaps that's something we could start with. We've watched that one. I'm sure we have. The pitch is what keeps me coming back. It reminds me that I'm part of an elite club and made a savvy financial decision. Thank you, Sean. Thank you. That's absolutely correct. Before I forget, my country is getting its first American base on the Danish mainland. We've already been informed that the stationed American soldiers can in fact shoot us and not even be arrested. It's cool, yeah, that America is now just fully like occupying Europe, like even more so than before. All the deals that's being made right now with like NATO and Turkey and Finland and all these places. What about this Howard University 72? Did you watch this one? I like all the fuzz.
For all of the seminars, I'm not sure if that's just. I wonder if it's just. Is it just, my brother? Is it just? I think so. Do you think it's just for some people to come to all of them? They want to learn more. Do you think it's just, my sister? Do you think it's just for people to come to more? Mm-hmm. Do you think it's just? No. See, we've been having seminars. This is the third one. And some people have come to all three. Mm-hmm. So I'm asking you if you think that is just. Yes. You think it's just. Does anybody think it's unjust? You think it's unjust, my brother? Why?
Because we have control of the system. The one who knows who's controlling the list is the one who's capable of coming to time. I really think that one has to put some self-discipline in order for the masses to get the equal opportunity to come.
Did you hear?
Yeah.
Yes, my brother.
I think it's just like if the people who have attended all three like spread what they have learned. If not, then it's unjust.
There is actually video
Do you
that pops
accept
up
that, my brother?
eventually. It's just damaged or something.
So then all those people who've been here for more than three, I'm personally going to expect them, based on my political ideology, to do more work than all the other people.
I'm going to skip ahead a little bit.
Because individualistic. Mm-hmm. Capitalism is very individualistic. Right. These are some of the basic characteristics of capitalism. I wish we, why don't y'all, the white man got some of these things where you don't need these cords, don't he? Does he, brother?
There he is.
Oh, you got to catch up with him, surpass him. But that's all right. It's for our people, so we can do it like this, right? It's okay. We can work harder for our people. I hear you. All right.
It is some serious drip. I should become more of a sunglasses inside guy, I think.
We say that the capitalist system is a system based on exploitation because in the capitalist
Mr.
system,
Cypher, please slap the VCR, sir.
capital is what counts, and capital is money. Money, money, money. That's capital. Money, money, money. And in capitalism, a few people own and control the means of production. When we say the means of production, we mean anything that is produced, all the machinery necessary to produce something. So the means of production would be a factory where you have the machinery to produce your manufactured goods. You'd find under the means of production the control of the resources necessary. And of course, the labor, because labor is very important. Without labor, your resources, your factory ain't gonna go nowhere. It ain't gonna go nowhere. You got to have labor to put it together. In a capitalist society, only a few people, a very, very few people own and control the means of production. Everybody else works for them. Everybody else works for them. Everybody else must sell their labor to these capitalists. Everybody else. Even those who get very big jobs, very big jobs, they still work for the capitalist. They still work for the capitalist. You hear me? Now the capitalist, he give them a lot of money compared to the people down here. Make no mistake about it. But he's still working for the capitalist, you understand? And he's so stupid that he don't recognize he working for the capitalist. He think he a capitalist. That's how stupid he is, right? Yeah. He really think he a capitalist. And even if he ain't a capitalist, he think he can become a capitalist. You hear me? He think he can become a capitalist. Now the people down here, no, ain't no chance for them to become no capitalists. But some of them think they can become capitalists. Some of them think they can become capitalist. Some of them think so because that's the only thing they've been exposed to.
See, in the capitalist system, you can't go up and down. All the stuff about going up and down between the different classes, that's all bullshit, right? That's all just like a fantasy story that they tell people that you can move up and down with the classes. In certain other systems, certain other triangular shaped systems, you can actually move up and down. You can become an elite. It's easy to do. You can do this. Under capitalism, it's not possible, though. Very unfortunate.
Exposed to. It's the only thing they've been exposed to. They know there are contradictions. They see the contradictions. They see the problems. They're always behind in rent, but somehow they keep feeling that they can make it. They keep feeling that they can make it. And they keep feeling that they can make it because this is prevalent. This is prevalent. You can make it as an individual. You can make it if you try. You can. You can become a doctor, a lawyer, anything. You can become a millionaire. You can, individually. So these people believe that individually. Of course, when they try, there are always blocks. There are contradictions. There are contradictions. And as they get up, maybe they become more aware. Somebody who gets to this level finds out that what they were saying isn't true. So maybe he stops there. But somebody may never get to this level, so they believe in capitalism. They believe in it. So we must be able to examine it carefully and explain it to people why it ain't no good. Why it ain't no good. Like we say, all these people work for the capitalist because all the profits come back to the capitalist and he keeps them. He keeps them for himself. Let me give you an example. This is a shirt factory. I'm a capitalist. You're my workers. You work for me. I got a little country somewhere where I'm getting cotton from. I bring it here. I've got a factory. You take my cotton, you manufacture it, and you make it a shirt. And from that shirt, I get my money. So let's say that, for example, I buy my cotton for 50 cents. It costs me 50 cents to bring my cotton and ship it into the country. I pay you $1 for each shirt you make. I sell the shirt for $8. It cost me $1.50. Oh, I forgot something. I'm sorry. For the upkeep of my machinery, it may cost me 50 cents, even less, because it's very cheap. I already got my machinery. All I got to do is keep it oiled and greased, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So maybe it cost me that much for upkeep. All right, so that's $2. I still sell.
And remember the
for
lesson
$8.
about these like
I
economic
make $6
concepts
profit.
not being right. Marx didn't invent these concepts. It's not this like white person thing. Marx didn't make this shit up. It's just as Kwame is doing right now. It's observing these phenomena and just writing it down. And just writing down the way that capitalism works and how it exploits people. It's not a philosophy. It's not this guy that invented this kind of concept. It's literally just, it's a scientific process of observing this system as it's functioning and writing down how it works and who benefits from it and who gets exploited by it, which anyone can do.
I have done nothing. I have done nothing. Nothing. I didn't pick the cotton. I didn't help ship the cotton. I don't even come in my factory. I have an overseer in my factory. I give him a lot of money. I call him general manager. But all his job is to make sure that everybody else is working. That's all. That's all. Now, he may change his tactics on how to get people work. At first, he might have to hit them with a whip, you understand, to make them work. But then people start getting hip to that. So he's got to change his tactics. So maybe tell him, hey, man, you can make it like me up here if you work hard. See? He's changed tactics, but he's doing the same thing, making you work hard for nothing, for him. He's changed tactics. Changed tactics, but the exploitation continues. It continues. There's never any progress over the question of exploitation. There's just changes. The man changes, but the exploitation continues. Because a capitalist society, by its very nature, must exploit. Must. Can't. Has to. Because you're working, I ain't doing nothing. I ain't doing nothing, man. You're working, and I take all the money. And when you want to buy a shirt, you got to buy a shirt from me for $8. Get to that. You got to buy a shirt from me for $8. For $8. The shirt that you made. It must exploit. It has to exploit because
I've got to buy my own shirts from TeePublic.
Property.
I've got to buy my own shirts like a sap. I'm going to purchase my own shirts from a big corporation. That's how ridiculous and exploited I am. I don't know about you guys and gals.
And that's sacred, man. Private property is sacred. You understand? And you must understand the concept of private property, even from the history of this country, man. They took this land. They killed the red man to get this land, and it's their private property. So anyway you get private property, you get it as long as you get it. But once you get it, everybody's going to respect you for getting it. That's capitalism. That's capitalism. You can get it anywhere you get it, but once you get it, we're going to respect you because you got it. You can kill a whole nation and take it. But once you get it, it will be respected as private property. It is an evil system.
People should be doing less establishing a new republic and buying subversive teas from TeePublic. I've been saying this. Thank you, G. Kleppy. Yeah, that's the capitalism.
Anywhere you get it, but once you get it, we're going to respect you because you got it. You can kill a whole nation and take it. But once you get it, it will be respected as private property. It is an evil system. It is a barbaric system. It is a politically backward system. It is a system that breeds its very destruction. That
you can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Hi, Rob. Thank you. I love you.
Thank you, Dr. Maggot. Dr. Maggot, thank you for the 6 months of Tier 1. Very much appreciated. Dr. Maggot, thanks again.
Private property. Thus, private property supports the concept of individualism. This is mine. This is mine. That's what the capitalist hollers all the time. This is my factory. This is my country. I took it from the red boy. I killed him for it. It's mine. I've got it. It's mine. This is mine. Individualistic feeling. This is mine. This is mine. This is my house. This is my store. This is mine. And thus when you have everybody trying to be this is mine, there's got to be conflict. There's got to be conflict. There's got to be conflict. Because everybody fighting to get, there's only so much. There got to be conflict.
Human person, thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I'm glad to have you in the community. If Marx just wrote simple things down, then why is my braining turning into mush when I'm just reading chapter 1 of Capital? Well, yeah, no one ever said it's going to be easy. But in fact, that's why I love watching these kind of speeches from Kwame, because he's doing that kind of Marxist analysis, but doing it in a way that, dumb people, and I'm looking at myself there, have an easier time understanding. My brain is bad. It's hard for me sometimes to read these books of theory, complex theory books. We should still try. We should still read Capital. But I appreciate Kwame and others who have taken this kind of Marxist language and put it into words that big dummies can understand. It's an invaluable skill. It's a skill even that I myself try to use on this very channel. Something that I've been practicing for now a couple of years that I'm hoping to still even get better at.
Got to be conflict. Just understand capitalism.
Hey, awesome. ML Thoughtism. Right? Sounds great.
But before you destroy it, you have to understand why it must be destroyed. Do you know why it must be destroyed? Why? Finish the discussion.
Sewer socialist, baby.
Well, I understand what you're saying so far.
Okay, well, there's more. Because when I get through with you, I want you to understand it must be destroyed. Give me a chance. And you just talk with me. I'm not going to tell you do it because I say so, but I want you to understand why you will have to do it, even if I say so or not. Because logic will make you.
Facts and logic. Kwame Ture is owning us all with facts and logic.
There's capital versus labor. Because there's always conflict. I'm always trying to make more money off of your labor. I'm always trying to make more money off of your labor because you're the one who's producing. I will always try to cut costs, everything possible, but always to make money off of your labor. And they're always in conflict. Always in conflict. Conflict, constant conflict. There are strikes, picket lines, slow down, work down. All of these things are characteristic of a capitalist society because labor and capital are always in conflict. In order to get out of this conflict, they're very stupid, they really are. In order to get out of this conflict, they create a spiral system, what is called as a spiral economy system. For example, you my workers, you're getting $1 for each shirt you make. You see I'm selling them for $8. Now you come to me and say, hey, look here, man, we want more than $1. We want a raise in our wages. Well, you don't tell me because you can't see me. I'm the capitalist. You tell my general manager. And he comes and see me. He said, look here, man, the workers say they want some more money. I said, oh, man, tell them they ain't getting no more money. So he goes back. He says, hey, man, y'all ain't getting no more money. Then you all start organizing. You all organize. You all come up with a union. You all say, give me some money or we strike. So my manager comes back. He says, they say, give me some money or they strike. I said, oh, man, leave them alone. Don't give them no money. Forget them. Then you all go on strike. So while y'all go on strike, I'm losing money. All right, I'm losing money. Me, I can't lose no money because I'm in this for profit. I can't lose nothing. Right? So we argue and argue and argue. Finally, y'all say, yeah, all right, we come back to work. You got to give us $1.50. All right, I give y'all $1.50. So now it costs me $2.50 to produce a shirt. Hey, but now I got to do something to recover my losses. I got to recover, and ain't no need to recover at the same amount I last had. I might as well jack it all the way up. Right on. So I'm going to tell you, right on. Now, when you go to the market, you're going to pay me $10. Right on. And it keeps going. It's gonna reach the top and the sky gonna blow. Got to. They keep, and the funny thing, man, is at the same time they're making the products cheaper, so they can make more money. It costs less to make a new car today than it did in 1933, and it costs you more to buy it. And the car is a cheaper product. It's terrible, man. You just touch it, it dents. Right on, man. He's just making them, putting them out there. He wants his money. In a capitalist society, it is money which comes first and not people which comes first. That's why it is barbaric. Totally barbaric. How can in a system money take priority over people? Kwame Ture says that it is not money which creates man, it is man which creates money. Thus, it is only logical that man must control money. How can money control man? That's Frankenstein. You make something that you can't control. Only a fool would do that. Barbaric. There's no thought of the people. And since there is no thought of the people, communism is an unplanned society. Capitalism is an unplanned society. What did I say? Oh no, sorry, capitalism. I'm jumping the gun. Capitalism is an unplanned economy. Unplanned, very chaotic, because all they want is money. Hey, look here, man. When I was in the country, I was driving around New York about a month ago or so. I was driving around New York. And I just come back from Guinea, you know, and we didn't have many cars there. When I got on the highway, man, I went crazy. I've never seen so many cars, man. They're just cars. And when we go to visit somebody, I can't find a parking space, man.
Yeah, I love these effects too,
I gotta
Deca
park
Dude.
about 4 blocks and walk back.
It looks great with the whole background.
Even here in D.C., man, last night, I looked 15 minutes for parking space, man. I timed it. 15 minutes for one parking space in D.C. There's so many cars here. And dig this. Next year, the white boy gonna sell more cars than he sold this year. See how crazy he is? Where you gonna put him? Who gonna suffer? The people. Bumping into each other, going nowhere, rushing to get here. He don't care, he's selling you cars. What does he care? And he makes it so you got to buy cars. He sabotages the public transportation, man. You got to buy cars. And while he owns the cars, he also owns the gasoline. He's jacking up the prices. Everything. That's right. Unplanned society. And when you see them building new roads, you say, hey, man, look at, they're building some new roads. Things are going to be all right. But you don't know they're building new roads for the new cars that are coming. No place. Unplanned. Every aspect of it. This society pulls out the suicidal tendencies in one rather than repress them. You get on a highway and you're driving about 60 miles an hour. There are all these signs, man, and cars are coming from you from each side. And if you stop,
sure
they're going,
does.
Pop, pop, nervous, running. Just want to put the foot on the gas and shoot out. Pulls out the suicidal tendencies. It's a disgusting society, man. Only barbarians could actually accept this type of society. It is a society based on greed. What I want, I get. Even if I
Trains,
kill
please.
for it, it's all right. That's the only ethic in this society.
Sweating thing about how many cars have been produced since this vid was made.
But on a governmental level, that's how it's done.
It's one of the horrifying things about seeing some of these clips, whether it's Kwame or whether it's Malcolm X. We watched that Ballot in the Bullet speech a couple months back, and you're taken aback by how prophetic it is and how much it both these examples, like how much these guys describe situations that could be completely just grafted one to one right onto our current day situation, and just how prophetic it is. And at the same time, it's like enraging, the idea that all of the problems, the underlying system just hasn't changed. Yeah, all of the problems just are all just exponentially worse. And all of this stuff has just continued completely unabated since this time. And everything that they were saying, no matter how true it was and how essential it was, they were, in their time marginalized. Malcolm gets shot. They got Kwame Ture with the cancer gun, of course. And he was kind of like, even prior to his death, he was kind of like exiled from polite. He left on his own accord. He went and lived in Africa, but like he was also kind of exiled from polite society. The whole civil rights movement went in the direction of like the Democratic Party, right? And people like Kwame, who operated outside of that system, were kind of like exiled to the margins before they eventually did get him with the cancer gun. But that's the incredibly frustrating thing about watching these clips, is just how everything is just still there, and none of the problems have been addressed in any way. And everything. I mean, this is prior to the Reagan era, right? When all of these issues just started exponentially accelerating, and even the meager labor protections that existed at this time started being rolled back. That's before that kind of process started. So now we've been we're in the tail end of like 50 years later, when all of these things are still going on, and all of the consequences are now just exponentially worse to our health, to our way of life, to the climate, the future of life on the planet. It's frustrating knowing that people like Kwame Ture were out there screaming for people to listen to them and absolutely correctly diagnosing all of the problems with the economic system, with the sort of social class system, with racism, linking together all these concepts, screaming for people to pay attention to them, and we're just totally fucking ignored. And now we're living in this nightmare world where none of these issues that they were raising have ever been addressed in any way. It's kind of maddening to think about. But it is also amazing to see how prophetic everything is. That Malcolm X speech to the Ballad of the Bullet was just like, that rearranged my brain a little bit, I think, watching that a few months ago. That's what watching Kwame is like as well.
The only reason America can't get into Vietnam is because the Vietnamese won't let them. But if the Vietnamese would let them, you'd think...
Oh, and Emily, even if we had known about climate change back in the 70s, we wouldn't have changed anything. And like, I'm sure, as you don't need me to tell you, we did fully know. We did fully know about the truth of climate change. The oil companies, their own scientists, and I'm sure you know this, their own scientists did fully understand exactly what effect our addiction to fossil fuels were having on the future of the planet, and modeled very accurately where the planet's climate would be like right now. They knew this, but they knew this full well. And they not only ignored it, but they deliberately covered it up, similar to what the cigarette companies did when the health effects of cigarettes were becoming known. They knew full well that cigarettes were killing people as well, but it's the same kind of phenomenon, but on a global scale, with the future of the planet at stake. I meant the American public. Yeah, no, I know you don't need me to explain that to you, but it's just, that's the truly amazing thing about that statement, though, which is that all of this was very well known. And that's the reason that the American public didn't have this information, is because these companies, despite funding the research that determined that this was happening, then spent the next 50 years engaging in this extremely well-funded, well-organized cover-up to obfuscate, to escape culpability, to... Yeah, I knew as a little kid. It wasn't a secret. Like the sin child is one of the things that always blows my mind, thinking about being a kid and learning about the greenhouse effect and all these things that were well known. It feels like it's more controversial today than it was then, but spending years just in this extremely well-funded cover-up campaign, funding fake science think tanks and conservative media, and engaging in this massive multi-decades long cover-up, which, that's a pretty serious crime against humanity, which is something that I find very frustrating and very radicalizing. One of the things growing up has been one of the most radicalizing things, knowing that this like massive crime that's been perpetrated, there just doesn't seem, not only are we not doing anything to even stop the effects of the climate change, but we're certainly not relitigating or prosecuting or holding anyone accountable or responsible for deliberately lying about this like civilization threatening issue, and literally like knowingly destroying the livability of this planet that we have to live on for their own personal profit and their shareholder profit. And there doesn't seem to be any talk of, some kind of justice or some kind of accountability for the like world historic criminals that have perpetrated this massive fraud, this massive crime against humanity, for which millions or possibly billions of human beings will be affected. That's one of the most radicalizing things about our current moment. Just the fact that this has been allowed to, this is the greatest crime in the history of humanity, essentially. And the people that perpetrated this crime are all just like walking around completely free. They're on their yachts. They're going to their nice cottages. They're going to pass away peacefully, surrounded by their loving family. And just like, the cataclysmic consequences that these actions are going to have for human beings and the future of the planet. It can like break your brain to try and think about how horrible that is, It really can. They even workshopped the term climate change. It used to be global warming, but the optics were worse, so think tanks laundered it to the press. Yeah, you're saying global warming, but there's a snowstorm in fucking May, so that just makes no sense. And it's been many decades of this. I truly don't understand how an average Joe just enlists himself to deny climate change. Or they want more profits for corporations without any gains for himself. How are they so ready to manufacture consent? How is it so easy for media to manipulate people? Well, I don't know. It's like, I don't think it's easy for media to manipulate people. But when you have unlimited resources and billions of dollars, you can do it. And, there's memos detailing the creation of these conservative media networks, where they knew exactly full well what they were doing. And it was a deliberate plan on the part of both people in the conservative movement, in the government, and private interests to create a massive conservative right-wing propaganda machine. With the effort of just like prolonging power for conservative politicians. That was the whole goal, and prolonging these reactionary political projects. And it's been remarkably successful. I mean, then you have you had Fox, the creation of Fox News. You had talk radio in the late 80s and 90s with like Rush Limbaugh, and these guys pioneering that, just creating over the last 30, 40 years this massive propaganda machine. Which of course liberals and Democrats have tried to keep up with. They've been chasing this beast to the right then for the last 40 years. And like, this is why most liberals to the day are significantly more conservative than the most extreme reactionaries in Kwame Ture's time were. Even the most lib woman I know wants her gallon of gas at $3 and not a penny more. Yeah, you raise people in that kind of a propaganda bubble, whether it's the extreme reactionary bubble or the overall Western, liberal bubble that the rest of our media represents, like either growing up in one of those two conditions with basically, for a lot of people, this level of material comfort that's not accessible to like anyone else in the world. And people just get addicted to that lifestyle, and they believe the fucking slop about us being this like the best, most successful countries because we're just so great. And they believe when it becomes in your best interest to believe that, then people will believe that, right? When you can personally benefit from it, and you benefit from all the ways that, all the exploitation around the world that leads to $3 per gallon gas, or that leads to.
You can count on me. Coffee. You're gonna have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
I need more reviews of consumer goods so I can vote harder with my dollar.
Thank you, Orb Lady. I appreciate that. Thanks for the 9 months of Tier 1. That's right. Well, that's why it's like we don't even need politics anymore. Now it's just we can voice our political opinions just based on which brand that we purchase, right? Now we can buy the woke brand or the reactionary brand. You can buy woke coffee or like right-wing coffee, the coffee that says like guns are cool. Ugh. Like the divorced dad right-wing coffee. Now you can do that. So that's what politics is now for everybody. Where's my say in any of this? Western democracy is a war machine, turd sprayed with radiated glitter. That's it. I mean, the idea of having a democracy kind of dissipates when you live in this under the ever-seeing like panopticon of this massive propaganda apparatus. Like, what is democracy? Of course, people are able to pull a lever for like one like neoliberal party or another further right-wing neoliberal party. But when they're making these like allegedly free decisions under this like constant stream of like nonstop propaganda from cradle to grave every moment of every day, it's not really. It's like these choices are not legitimate, Gay coffee is iced with oat milk. That sounds really good, though. I would probably really enjoy that. And I only drink Black Bullet Bean Brewers. Yeah. That's right. What about Triangle, not Pyramid Club coffee? I'm not familiar with that one. It sounds good to me, though. Very depressing thinking about climate change, the fact that the course of human history might be already chiseled on a gravestone, even if we make it to socialism. I mean, certainly, like there's a sort of countdown clock that is running out when it comes to that. It doesn't seem, even though there is technically, I think, time for us, even though it's becoming less and less likely, there's still technically time if we changed our entire economic system and way of life literally overnight. Technically, there's things that could happen that could mitigate, at least not prevent, obviously, but mitigate the worst consequences of climate change. But I think we all know that we are not going to just overnight change our economic system and completely abandon this kind of course that we've been on for like many decades now that very powerful people are ensuring kind of remains in place. There's hopeful elements beyond all that. I mean, it's like there's a lot of things that I'm hopeful about. We talk about it often on the show, right? And Kwame Ture talks about it often. The third world, and it's still not clear exactly which way things are going. Like, the future and all the energy and all the innovation and like the future of prosperity. We know it's not in the United States. It's not in Canada. It just because we're on this like seemingly endless decline that we have no way of getting out of, this spiral going into the garbage that we have no control over, doesn't mean that everyone is on that same trajectory. Like, there are places around the world that are actually on a different trajectory. That's something that we can take hope, we can be inspired by, and we can understand that like that's a positive, hopeful thing, even if it doesn't really mean all that much for our situation, as we just like are trapped in this like decaying empire that's just like on the verge of a constant process of collapse that's going to take still many decades probably to see itself through. That's the part I don't get. How do people defend politicians that spend their entire career ensuring we got here and have no other choice? I don't know. It's pretty awful though, isn't it, Matt? Like, it's the way that people like in our, we're supposed to be like the enlightened liberal democracies, and the way people have completely like wrapped their entire identities into this concept of like of our specific version of politics being the only possible way to ever do things, the only way that's democratic, the only way that makes sense. And people have put their whole identities into these corrupt political parties, essentially, and constructed entire identities around it, which is pretty unfortunate. We love our garbage spiral society. We do. we must spread our smug superiority to the world. But that's the dangerous thing, is that we, regardless of the fact that the future and the future of global prosperity is elsewhere, it's not in this decaying empire. We're so fucking sick and sadistic that we're gonna lash out as much as we can on the way into the toilet. We're gonna lash out as much as we can and try and drag everyone else down with us. And that's what, that's what the hope is that we got to do everything we can to ensure that that we can prevent that from happening. Anyway, we'll keep discussing this. I'm gonna put back on this clip though.
They wouldn't be there. They'd be right there because they had the power and the might to do it. Power and the might to do it. It's unplanned. We said there's always conflict of interest. They have lobbies, labor lobby, management lobby, this lobby. And they accept these lobbies, man. They accept it. Because they say, look here, man, there's a pie. There's a big pie. And whatever you can get from it, it's yours. That's what it is, man, and they accept it. So the labor lobby, he gonna come in, he gonna try and corrupt, because it's not what counts is how much you got. How much you got? So the labor lobby, he gonna pay off all the congressmen to get this slice. Somebody else gonna pay off to get this slice. And the poor unorganized people, they ain't get nothing. They ain't got nothing. Don't get nothing. And they accept it. And they even have the people saying,
he's so cool.
Man, it's okay to have some conflict. It's good. The labor gonna fight management. That nonsense, man. If you're in the same society, why do you want conflict of interest? That makes no sense. What you want is togetherness so the whole country can go forward.
Big pie fan over here as well, HTA.
If you're all fighting each other, it can't go nowhere. It can't go nowhere. Conflict of interest. And this can lead to warfare. Capitalism. It ain't no good. Y'all take my word for it, but read something about it. This is not the whole structure of a capitalist system. It cannot be. It's only a few characteristics because of the time we have. Just a few. Just a few. Now, if you have any questions on capitalism, we can do that now. My brother. I can't hear you, please. Oh, yeah, right. Thank you. You know, maybe we can get to that later, after socialism, because it'll be better with communalism. Right. Thank you. Yes, my brother.
Something on how the labor unions started out with elected.
It ain't no good.
That's very important, brother. That's very important. Thank you. Hey, in the 30s, when the labor unions, showing up, the white workers now, he was really feeling it, you understand? And he saw that the white boy was making, the capitalist, he was making a whole lot of money. So the labor unions, they said, well, we got to get together and do something about this. So they got together, you understand? But look here, their thinking is so capitalistic that they didn't want revolution, they wanted reform.
That answers your question, right? Old Dutch, or not even a question, but that answers what you're saying, right? As a liberal friend put it to me, well, if it's so obvious, why hasn't it been tried yet? In response to why we need a system change. Yeah, that's right. Not people that have given this stuff a whole lot of thought. Why hasn't it been tried yet? It's crazy that no one's had any of these ideas. I wonder if it has anything to do with the fact that we grow up. Again, I was talking about the propaganda bubble that we grow up under, not just in the media, but in our education system. And we grow up being taught that growing up in this exploitative capitalist system, and we grow up learning about socialism and the understanding, the completely, like, the confusion that we have about what these actual concepts are. As we know, when we talk about our friends on the right and on the far right that complain all day about socialism, any time you interrogate any of these views, they have no fucking idea what it even is. They don't understand how, like, they can't even make the point of why they think
You've
socialism.
Just become an elite member of the Friendship Triangle.
These people think that, like, socialism is when there's like a gay kiss in a Buzz Lightyear film. Like, that's their understanding of socialism. Like, people that are against it don't understand what it is. Like, no one understands it. In fact, we're told time and time again through our education system, through propaganda, through the media, through entertainment, that communism is bad and evil and dangerous and no one can ever be a socialist and that it's wrong. We live in an anti-communist society. anti-socialist society. So it's not surprising when people have this complete lack of understanding about this when they say things like, why hasn't this been tried? Because they have this is the immune from propaganda mindset. The people think that they've grown up in this place where people are free to make these decisions when like they're very, very clearly not. Red Wine Terrorist, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Very kind of you, Red Wine Terrorist. Very much appreciated. Thank you. It's easier to imagine the end of the world than it is to imagine the end of capitalism. Yeah, it's then most people that have grown up being indoctrinated like this, it is. Yeah, it's unthinkable to them. Now how much people cling to, like, look at how our liberal friends are like clinging to these norms now, like even as it's so obvious that the ship is like going down. Not only is the ship approaching, the ship isn't even approaching an iceberg. It's hit an iceberg. It's been filling with water. It's capsized. It's split in half. It's being pulled underwater, and they're still clinging to these norms and still like pretending like this isn't fucking happening. It's like, yeah, they're listening to just the band play while the ship's going down. Yeah, it's remarkable. It's like you start to wonder. It's one of the things that drives you mad thinking about this. You wonder what is going to be the breaking point for people when they start realizing that all this is untenable. You can see in these moments that people start to grasp it, right? It's like, it's interesting seeing them grapple with this. Why is this happening? They just can't, it's so confusing to them. And they can start piecing it together. But then because they grow up without having access to that Marxist analysis that explains all of this stuff, they're just unable to comprehend. They're unable to grasp it. How can we know it's sinking until it's entirely underwater? Yeah, and then it's like then they're going to say like, we should really do something about this. Once it gets to that point. They've got Lin-Manuel in the band. I must listen to the band. He's rapping about Tim Kaine. He's saying Tim Kaine in the membrane. I love that shit. It's ridiculous watching my lib friends both support the war and are upset about their new mortgage interest rates. Yeah. They can't admit defeat here. They're still unapologetically supportive of everything that's happened over the last 3 months and what how the United States government has responded. And then they're just like shocked and appalled by the consequences. I can't believe this. Again, because they don't have that analysis, they can't put 2 and 2 together. That's why we love and uphold Parenti as well, because he helps us understand that concept. The childish thinking, the baby brain, the baby talk, when you try to explain these things without that Marxist analysis, you just sound foolish. And that's precisely why it's not taught to people and why people are discouraged from seeking out that kind of analysis. Just 1 sec. I'm just going to take a brief.
Tim Kaine, Tim Kaine in the membrane. Tim Kaine in the brain. Tim Kaine, Tim Kaine in the membrane. Tim Kaine in the brain. Tim Kaine, Tim Kaine in the membrane. Tim Kaine in the brain.
They got together and they said to him, give me a bigger piece of the pie. They didn't say to him, redistribute the wealth that is here amongst us. Give me a bigger piece of the pie. I don't care how you get it.
Don't worry about it, Crimson.
You understand? Now, this capitalist, he's not about to cut down on his profits. Not about to do that. Not about to do that. So when the man said, give me more piece of pie, he started to look all over the world. Africa, Asia, and Latin America. He just started reaching in there and taking it, bringing it back, taking a whole lot and squeezing the crumbs to the labor union. And they
So we could have had Kwame Ture, and instead we got Lin-Manuel Miranda saying Tim Kaine in the membrane weeks before a fascist game show host became the president of the United States. We really live in like the worst possible timeline. It's fun to reflect on that sometimes, right? It's really couldn't be worse on every single level, just about. We live in just the absolute worst case scenario timeline. It's pretty bad.
They were licking it up, but it was off the sweat of Africa, Asia, and Latin America that the white unions are now making their money. So they weren't even left to
Ukraine in the membrane. Oh my gosh.
They just wanted a piece of the pie. They wanted to remodel the system.
Oh
that's
my.
all. They want to remodel. They want to put up some more rooms. And that's what they did. They remodeled. But the foundation remained intact. 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 Wasn't even scratched. Wasn't even a niche on it. It didn't even shake. Because it just reached out. Africa, Asia, Latin America. Brought more. Had more profits, and it had more profits, and gave the labor unions that much. Now they sitting up there. They sitting up there. Yes, sir.
How can you explain?
There is that. What is it? Sunday night. There's the celebs are getting together for a big Ukraine special. What is it? Sunday night. I posted about it in the Discord. The celebs are getting together for a big Ukraine special. We've been talking about the over-under lately. I don't even know what the over-under would be in this situation. What is the likelihood that on that night, on that fateful night, that we will hear Lin-Manuel Miranda? Will he say the words, Ukraine in the membrane? Will he say those words on Sunday night on prime time? Will Pelosi read another Bono poem? I certainly hope so. He will rhyme Putin with Poopin. Oh. Is LMM actually on the guest list? He must be. Come on. Come on now. Y'all hear about Right Sector Canada? I actually haven't, human person, but I feel like I know the entire story, and I'm already terrified by just those words. I can't wait. Personally, I can't wait for our Canadian-Ukraine Azov blowback. It's going to be great stuff. Pelosi will say Slava Ukraine. Oh, sorry. Allow. That's a pretty spicy thing to allow, but Pelosi will say Slava Ukraine and kill a Russian live on air. It's going to be something. We're certainly going to. I don't think I'll be watching it live, but I think Monday, that's what we're going to be doing live on this very program. We will be watching the highlights. Did you see the clip of like? Did you see the clip of Sean Penn? God, I don't know. I found it so funny. Sorry, I'm going to open it in the right window. We'll get back to Kwame in a moment. God, it's so good, though. An emergency meeting. Ukraine's president, Zelensky, and military officials hold second round of emergency meetings with American actor Sean Penn.
Hey, nice to meet you again. You're welcome. How are you?
He's over there looking his stern look. You know your war is going really great when you have a second round of emergency talks with Sean Penn, the actor. That's a good. I think that generally when you're in a war, That's something that's a good sign. Good things are happening here. Things are really looking up. Hollywood actor, can't stress this enough. Hollywood actor Sean Penn. He's going to be the one to really bail us out here. I loved you in David Fincher's The Game. Great flick. An actor to actor meeting. That's right. Yeah. And from one actor to another. Ben Stiller visited recently. All the celebs are going over there. The Jeff Spicoli doctrine. Milk did make me cry back when I was a lib. I actually haven't seen that one. He's a fine actor. Wouldn't deny that. But this is just so these fucking Hollywood dipshits that think they're like, what? I don't know what he thinks he's doing. He thinks he's like a spy or like a general or something. Like, what are they talking about? What is he even talking about? What is you giving military advice? You're talking about troop movements and stuff with Sean Penn. The celebs, the tip of the spear. Yeah, he's talking about the big talent show. That's right. Talking about what they're putting together. We're going to buy so many javelins. We are going to buy so many javelins with our celeb power. I think he literally is a spy. Well, I imagine you don't go to these meetings without being briefed by the CIA. Right? Like you're fucking Sean Penn. You don't get into that room without having a CIA guy, a liaison or whatever with you like every step of the way. Or yeah, worse than a spy. I think he's an intrepid true believer. That's right. He's really he thinks he's a fucking hero. He thinks he's Mr. Hero. Mr. Hollywood actor that's going to come. He thinks one of his little movies is come to real life. It's like, I'm not just like a pretend. I don't just pretend to be like a hero. I'm actually on one of my little movies now is real. I'm like really doing like a big, amazing global, good. I'm moving javelins to the president of Ukraine. I'm a hero now. I'm the protagonist of reality, Sean Penn. I'm the protagonist of reality. And I'm here as a representative of the U.S. government, fighting the dastardly Russians, just like one of my movies. They were reviewing Zelensky's Paddington Bear performance. You don't understand the training they receive in Hollywood. Day 1 of acting class is siege defense tactics. Day 2 is counteroffensive. This is good, really. Well, yeah, I'm sure he played like a CIA guy in a movie sometime. And he went through basic. He had some Hollywood drill instructor guy yell at him a little bit. Actors aren't deluded. It's true, yes. Delusional people. He's here to straighten this whole thing out. He's obligated to step in. And I got to say, I mentioned this in the Discord as well, but it has been, I think, satisfying. I feel like in this community, we've been somewhat vindicated for our never support any of this bullshit stance that we held firmly to, despite a lot of pressure to give in to the narrative. I think we held firm. We hodled. We hodled. We held the line. And I think we've been vindicated by taking this stance. Because I think it would be depressing to be looking at this and being like, I totally helped manufacture consent for this fucking foolishness, didn't I? Weird wiki fact, he was friends with Chavez. I think some of these guys, maybe in the past, have held some like okay positions, but I think especially now, any of these Hollywood libs have been completely brain melted by the Russia bad, Putin bad thing. Anyway, let's get back to Kwame Ture. I just thought that was so. I really laughed at this, and just the way it's worded too in this tweet. Second round of emergency meetings with American actor Sean Penn. That's just so fucking grim. Okay, back to Kwame.
Tim Kaine, Tim Kaine in the membrane. Tim Kaine in the brain.
Sorry.
Well, we're going to get to that because we've been having some problems on it the last other two. Yeah, we're going to get to it.
Our best hope now is Hollywood actor Sean Penn.
Any other questions?
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
Thank you, Sam Sider. Thank you for the gifted sub. Very much appreciated, Sam. Sorry, folks. I'm just insane in the... I can't even say it as a joke. I'm just Tim Kaine in the membrane over here. Again, I went on that whole rant earlier about how it was their fault that they lost and everything. Yeah, I can't believe they fucking found that dipshit. That was, if I remember correctly, actually, that it is absolutely true that when Hillary did select Tim Kaine, I talked about how much I believed that Trump had no chance of winning. But when Hillary announced Tim Kaine as the VP pick, that was absolutely the first moment where I allowed the thought to creep in of like, are they going to blow this? Are they actually going to blow this election to Donald Trump? I really thought that that it was just impossible. But the moment Tim Kaine got announced, I was just like, It was the first moment that doubt started to seep in. And in retrospect, I should have listened to that little voice. I did get Tim Kaine in the brain. That's right. And then they still blame everyone else for losing. And it's like, yeah, I can't believe Hillary and fucking Tim Kaine couldn't get the job done. Unbelievable. It must be Russia. It must be Bernie Bros. It must be Susan Sarandon. Whatever other fucking excuse these people have. No, it's just people just didn't get excited for the hot ticket of Hillary Clinton and Tim Kaine. Lo and behold, it just failed to connect with people. What a shock. What a shocking surprise.
I told you, I don't want you now to leave the room and take my word that this is what capitalism is about. You're students. You're students. And you can read, you know. And while you're here at your university, you should at least work for your people, you know. And by working for your people, it means at least understanding clearly the political implications of life, regardless of what your major is.
The most likable candidates imaginable. Sexism.
With skills and do not understand this.
Unbelievable.
And go out and work for it against their people. So you have a responsibility now for yourself and for those who come after you to change that type of lifestyle. And the only way you're going to do it is by working harder. Time don't bring it. Time is neutral. Don't sit and say, oh, with time. No, time is neutral. If you sit in one place and you don't move, you'll be there time afterwards. But if you want to get from here to there within such a period of time, you've got to get up and walk. So work is what counts. So that means you've got to work harder. And I ask you to at least try and read something on capitalism. Try and read something on it so that you understand it completely, thoroughly, and discuss it. All right? We say we want to destroy capitalism. In its place, we want socialism. Don't get hung up on the word. Let's get the concepts. In socialism, there is no private property. None. None. The land is for everybody. The land is for everybody. When everybody came here, did nobody have no land, so thus the land must belong to everybody. The profits from the land is for everybody. Thus everybody works, and everybody divides the profits. There is no private property. There is no few people who own and control the means of production. The means of production is owned and controlled by everybody. 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 Thus, the profits are decided on how to disperse. The disbursement of the profits are decided by everybody. By everybody. By everybody. There are no few. There are no few. Everybody owns and controls the means of production. In socialism, there are no conflicts of interest because everybody has the same interest. The
That seems like a good idea to me too.
For the benefit of its inhabitants. The better the nation is, the better life I have. The better the nation is, the better life my children have. Yes, my brother. Thank you. No smoking at all. I hear you. Where was I? The nation, right. The better the nation is, the better the life of the individual and his people are. So that is to say that I cannot assume that if my nation is poor and I have a big house, I'm going to be somewhere. That makes no sense. I can never rise above my people. I can never rise above my people. And if I have a nice big house, but my country don't have good roads and I have a big car, it ain't going to do me no good. It ain't going to do me no good. The only way I can become better is when my nation becomes better. Thus, in socialism, one is concerned with meeting the needs of the people. Not with money. Not with money. It is with meeting the needs of the people. So if ever there are conflicts, these conflicts can be easily resolvable by always saying what we want to do is meet the needs of the people. At least we have an objective, a common objective, on which we can all agree. Thus, if we have tactical problems, we can reason out and scientifically see which one will have us arrive at our desired objective quickest and more efficiently. That is all. That is all. But under capitalism, when there are conflicts of
objectively
interest,
correct way to organize
objective
society.
except I want as much as I can get, and you want as much as you can get. So there's no reasoning. And since it's a sacred property, I can kill you and take it, because I killed the red boy and took this, I can kill you too and take
Please
it.
call. I'm not going to call Kwame out for not respecting the liberal media and their billionaire owners. I'm going to call him in.
No desired objective. Under socialism, the desired objective is the needs of the people. Thus, it is a planned society. It must be planned. It must be planned. Everybody wants cars. Everybody wants big houses. Everybody wants this. That's true, but not everybody can have it at the same time because we don't have enough.
More trains,
everybody can have it
please.
at the same time because we don't have enough. But we got to bring it in. So some people will...
Like, you know, for all the rant that I was going on about climate change earlier, about how it feels like there's nothing we can do, like it really is possible. Like we could literally just transform most cities overnight by banning driving in cities and building new infrastructure in cities and creating like walkable communities and like that kind of and adding trees. Like it would have such a huge impact on like cities and communities just right away and have a huge impact in like emissions. Just something as simple as that. Like I think that's the fucked up thing is that we do get lulled into this sense that like all of this stuff is immutable and changeable and unchangeable, and our addiction to cars and our addiction to all the stuff, it's just impossible to change. But like this stuff could just be, literally could be changed overnight. And creating jobs to replace industrial pollution. You know, that's the kind of part of the frustrating thing about it too. It feels, these kind of changes feel simultaneously like in reach and they feel just like completely impossible. completely impossible pipe dreams. It's true in theory, but since it takes 6 months of stupid negotiations to replace a broken traffic light, that shit won't happen. Well, this is it. This is the amazing thing about how we lecture other countries that like are actually able to build infrastructure projects and actually are able to enact these kinds of big social changes. Lecturing them about our perfect democracy and the only possible way of doing things. Well, it's literally not possible to fix like falling apart bridges and infrastructure, let alone make decisions that would like benefit people and make positive impacts on people's lives. But it hasn't been tried yet. Checkmate, sir. Walkable cities are not only sustainable, they create closer communities and the population becomes less sedentary and healthier. Well, that's what I mean. It's like when you look at like any urban infrastructure, the way that like all the community space is devoted to cars and how much that would instantly transform all of these spaces overnight and turn them into like instantly, like not only are people like less alienated as some kind of like metaphor, but they're literally encouraged every single day to actually get out and realize that they do live in a neighborhood and they do live in a community. You know, and that's the maddening thing, right? Like all this past time, because these changes do take time to implement. And the last 15, 20 years, when we've been more certain than ever about the climate science, which we already were certain about in the 70s, just forgetting all that stuff that I mentioned earlier. You know, just in the last 10, 15 years, while China has been transforming their entire fucking country and building one of the most ambitious like infrastructure projects in human history, preparing for this coming future, which they knew full well that was coming just as we do. That whole last 15 years, we've been doing nothing. We've been pouring billions and billions of dollars into R&D and fucking giving people like Elon Musk unlimited government contracts to build this completely fake, non-existent technology over the last 15, 20 years that we've been doing that and relying on this like innovation, just dumping fucking billions of dollars into vague innovation and these completely fake, false, fraudulent promises based on like from people in Elon Musk and people in Silicon Valley. All the last 15 years that we could have been totally transforming all our cities, totally transforming our whole society, dumping billions of dollars into transit, making free transit, making walkable cities, planting trees, all of this shit we could have and should have been doing over the last 15, 20 years. We have done absolutely nothing. Literally nothing. Less than nothing. We've done less than nothing. And it's no wonder then that our ruling class is now pointing the finger at China and just being like, how dare they? How dare they do this? And that's why there's have the constant nonstop news stories about how evil and authoritarian they are. You know, people need to wake the fuck up and realize why these stories why they're being told to believe this. You know, it's not because people in our media establishment or political establishment give a shit about human rights. It has nothing to do with it. Put 2 and 2 together about why this nonstop propaganda campaign exists and why we do get told that like it's so undemocratic. Oh my God, can you imagine living in one of these undemocratic societies? Meanwhile, they're literally totally transforming their whole society and country and uplifting people's lives and eliminating poverty and like actually improving people's conditions. And we're again just circling the fucking drain and accomplishing nothing except making all the problems worse and responding to all of the problems and all the social ills that they cause, responding to it with militarized police, and that's all. You know, it's maddening to think about the wasted opportunity. Like not even going back to the 70s, just going back to 2008. The wasted opportunity. All like those years, crucial years, which we will look back on with feelings of, I guarantee we will look back on with feelings of immense frustration that these years were not spent preparing to mitigate some of the worst consequences of what we all knew was coming. We've failed at every fucking opportunity. Failed. And we are going to look back on that time with a lot of regret in the future.
We'll be having it. And the people must be so well educated that even if you don't get it, you ain't mad, but you're happy your brother got it because yours is coming soon. Can you dig it? That's a long way to travel, ain't it?
Most Americans are straight out of hell. Stop empathizing with them. Well, unfortunately, I share a large border with America, and I like we're all part of the same fucking settler colonialist project, right? I live in a northern province of America rather than one of the states, and that's all. So it's not, I have no choice but to kind of empathize with them, because it's like I am strapped, and my family is strapped to this like decaying beast, or this dying empire. So I kind of am forced to interact with that and think about the ways that to possibly mitigate that. I'm kind of just forced to. Another less talked about influence on city budgets outside of police and developers is the heavy construction industry. They very successfully siphon millions away from productive infrastructure into road repair. Yeah, absolutely, Old Dutch. I mean, we're just surrounded by corruption on all levels. Just inundated with it. Just absolutely inundated with corruption. And when people fight corruption, they get called authoritarian. Or when they enact consequences for some of this corruption. I talked about the consequences of the climate crisis and the lie of a climate change. When people enact consequences about people that are guilty of corruption, that are guilty of social murder, they're called authoritarians. It's not that we're not doing nothing. We're actively trying to stop other countries from solving these problems. They just crawled out of the pit of abject poverty and are ready to take on the future that we in the West fucked up for all of us. Yes. Yes, parking the military would I wouldn't say nearly solve the issue, Dakadoon, but it would make a massive, massive impact overnight. Absolutely. We built a tunnel that goes from one side of a hotel to another in Las Vegas. That's not nothing. It's worse than doing nothing. Sorry, I'm just catching up on some of the chats that I missed. Some very good chats here. Yeah, they siphon money into road repair, and all our roads are still shit. I mean, Montreal is one of the worst places for this in the entire continent. And that's a good point as well, Heroic Skeleton. People in America and Canada can't imagine not driving everywhere, but that's not because they love driving. It's just that infrastructure that is hostile to anything besides cars is all we know. Yeah. And it's been talk about the corruption of the fossil fuel companies, like the auto industry in general, who designed a lot of this infrastructure in the first place and deliberately undermined public transit. That's what fucking Who Framed Roger Rabbit is about. Boy, what a horrible world.
Way to travel. Imagine if you look, nice pair of pants, man, and you want it, then your brother get it, man. You gotta go say, hey, brother, man, I'm so happy you got it. And mean it. And mean it. And mean it. And then say, look here, man, I ain't worried because it's coming soon, Everybody gonna have more than that. So you can have it now. And I want you to look good in it because I helped make it for you. I want you to look good in it because I helped make it for you. That's socialism, man. That's deep, ain't it? Yes. And the only way you can find the roots of this...
It's another thing we've talked about. It's another thing we've talked about, right? That's why everyone is fucking alienated and depressed and suicidal. Because we devote our lives to being part of some profit machine for whatever corporation you end up working for. We devote our lives to being some like nameless, faceless cog in that, funneling money upwards to some people that we'll never know and we'll never get to talk to, or never have any influence over. And that's why we're so fucking alienated, and no products that we can purchase can like alleviate this. It alleviates that pain for a few moments, but then it comes back and you've got to buy more products. And you get caught in this cycle of debt and more wage slavery. And we're not part of a like restorative national project. We don't feel like we're contributing to something special, that we're contributing to something beautiful, that we're building something together as a society, as a culture. We're building something for the future together, for our kids and for our grandkids. You know, the psychological effects of like being part of some kind of a project of renewal like that and progress, you know, would alleviate so much of that alienation and that depression that people feel. And that's what a massive transition into a greener economy or into a greener future would involve. It would involve that kind of a mass mobilization into building something with solidarity and for mutual benefit, you know? Not only it would be good for the future of the planet and the climate, it would literally be good for our like actual souls to be a part of something like that, a project like that, rather than just this like divisive game of who can climb to the top of the mountain of skulls, which is the current motivating factor for most people in our culture. Who can climb the giant tower of skulls and step over every single person on the way to the top. Rather than let's build something amazing and beautiful together for our children and for our grandchildren. Imagine a party running on a massive national infrastructure program, commuter rail, nationwide, and interprovincial transit. Yeah, it's maddening. You know, it's maddening to think about that the answers are there. The answers are there, but it's just implementing them. No one seems interested in doing this. Yeah, or working in the food industry and helping be responsible and helping feed a family and get them the food they want. Also bringing a community together and not have to worry about whether or not they're good tippers. Yeah. But of course, there would never be restaurants in socialism. Remember? It's too decadent. It's decadent for human beings to sit down together and like eat communally. That's like it's never been done. It only happens under capitalism. So we're gonna have to bounce that.
This socialism is in communalism, the African traditional society. That's where you find its roots. Only in a society which upheld the sanctity of man could you find such a value system. You find the value system in the traditional African society known as communalism. Socialism is communalism in an industrial society. Under communalism, you have a system which is common in an agrarian society. A society where there's just agriculture. There's no industry. No industry, just agriculture. This is an agrarian society, and you have the values of communalism. The land belongs to nobody. Everybody works. Everybody harvests together. Everybody shares together. Under socialism, you have an industrial society. A little bit more complex. And you take the same values from communalism and bring them up to socialism. Are there any questions? No questions. My sister, you understand socialism? Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry, my sister.
We have a study group in school here and the difficulty is that we study this in abstract, in that we have much trouble with people refusing to practice this theory. And we, want to start somewhere, and we have, put up programs and what have you. But it appears that the same problem we keep running into is that we tend to extract elements from that which we deal in every day, which is not correct. Like the situations that we're in every day, we take those and we decide, we're going to do it, and in the same manner that it's been done. All that is happening is that we just apply maybe the vocabulary to it. Where, is this Marxist? Are you being elitist when you do this? Are you doing this or that? Give me this, your true socialist. But it's not coming off, and we can't seem to examine it.
Because you haven't examined it. That's why it's not coming off. Once you examine it, everybody will have a common ideology. Agreed?
Yeah, I think we're examining it incorrectly when we do try to suggest it to some kind of analysis. I think our whole method of analysis
The glasses are so cool.
But then that's what I want to straighten out. What way do you subject them to analysis so that you can see?
Scientific analysis.
This
you
is a
observe
long
it
question.
and you dissect it. And you participate in the observation and in the dissection. But clear observation. I mean, President Kwame Ture says in revolution there's no sentimentality. And most people think that means, well, if my brother or my mother or my sister do something wrong against the revolution, I shouldn't be afraid to kill them. Well, it means that. It doesn't only mean that. It means that when you're making analysis, you must remove all sentimentality. Only cold science comes on the table. Nothing else. Nothing else. Nothing else. Just cold science. We can do it, man, because, Africans, we're a scientific people. We are, man. Look here. We built the pyramids, and he can't figure out how to do it.
Oh my. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Cosmo.
What's that name?
Cosmo Man.
Cosmo Man? Gosmo Man. What's Gosmo Man? What's his story?
Dark friend. Turned evil to the dog.
Oh my goodness. How are you feeling? Do you feel okay?
No.
You still
I can't go close to Lucas.
Can you not play with just don't play with the microphone.
Okay.
Poor guy. Mr. Sicky. Chat, do you like the costume?
Vampire.
It's a vampire cape, yeah.
Thor.
Yeah, it's a Thor mask.
Yes, he has a Thor mask. This is a cowboy hat. This is a vampire cape.
It's really cool when you take all your little costume pieces and you mix and match them and create guys like this. Really cool.
Created a superhero called Darkwing Man.
Yeah, Darkwing Man.
Yeah. And his opposite is named Negawing Guy.
Darkwing Man and Negawing Guy.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Pretty cool. Call it Phantom of the Yalpura. Okay. Yeah. It kind of looks a little bit, because it looks a little bit like a Phantom of the Opera mask. Yeah.
Nope.
I don't think you have a fever.
Yeah. I'm still sick.
Yeah, I know.
This is people
It looks more evil with the collar part. Yeah. It's kind of like when Megamind has his big thing, his big collar thing.
awesome, but in his original suit, he wears this collar.
Yeah, it does look evil.
The original suit, he wears a collar.
Yeah. Like Megamind says, it's all about presentation. Hey, don't put your hat there. You're gonna stuff over.
It's not. You can't.
I think it fits. I think it looks kind of cool.
No.
No? Who is this masked dude? What's the name again?
Cosmo.
Gosmo Man. Oh my gosh. Very evil. Evil sounding. Hey?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, well, maybe you should go back upstairs. Okay? You need to go drink more of your water. All right? I'm gonna come up soon. And maybe I'll go to a certain place to pick up a certain meal.
Remember, Cosmo Man is.
He's a crazy villain. Okay. Thanks, buddy. There you go. The man himself. The man himself.
He going to the moon. Really? We're scientific people. We gave the world medicine, astronomy, astrology, physics, mathematics. We're very scientific people. We'll do it very easily.
I think every person here probably understands socialism in the sense of working together as a group. But like I wonder if living in a capitalist society is more difficult to
Of course.
adapt to.
Of course. It is.
Like in Guinea, I'm sure that there's a constant education of the people in every way, whereas
Absolutely. Correctly. And so in order for us to educate, we must know that we're all working from the same principles, the same premises. So we're giving the same education. The problem is that you have one person giving one education, another person giving another education, another one, but you don't have people who have discussed and sit down and are coming up with the same, even the same principles around which you can discuss. When you don't have it. I mean, it seems that in these groups, the discussion of women, discussion of the role of the women plays an important role, but they haven't even decided what their objective is. How are they going to decide what the woman is, man? How are you going to decide what your mother going to do, man? Can you decide what your mother going to do what she's supposed to do? How are you going to decide that, man? How are you going to put your mother to walk behind you? That don't make no sense. I don't understand that.
One other thing, Brother Steph, I think maybe too that whenever we have a lecture like this, one sits and thinks. But I think it's important to know that there aren't concert lectures like this. This isn't something that goes on continuously. So we aren't bombarded with it continuously. And further...
And that's what we must do.
Right, I agree. And, I mean, it's not something we...
Hard to hear these questions.
Go outside here. So, socialist democracy.
I understand.
It's something that has to constantly go on.
I understand.
The rent spiral is out of control. I don't know if it's sustainable much longer. I mean, that's been the... I think that's, I've talked about it before, but I think it's one of the most like psychologically damaging things about like existing in this is just like, and I've talked about it plenty of times before, but just waiting for the other shoe to drop, right? This constant feeling of just like, when is this shit gonna fall? When is this completely precarious house of cards going to just start to finally fall down. You know, and you exist every day, and weeks go by, and months go by, and fucking years go by where you're like waiting for this moment. And it's just like, Jesus. Can't tell you how much I regret not purchasing a home before now. I don't know, Crimson, because like there's a possibility that the whole housing market could crash, which would make people that have bought homes recently would probably regret that. But just this constant feeling of the system being ready to collapse at any time. I mean, that's what is talked about in hypernormalization, right? This feeling at like the end of the Soviet Union, when that's the what in the end of the Soviet Union, that's what like Adam Curtis describes.
You can count on me.
This
You're
feeling
gonna have
of
good
alienation,
old Rob to talk you through all this.
as everyone knew fundamentally that the system was like on the verge of collapse, but the more that they knew it, the more that they pretended that wasn't happening. Like that's exactly what that's the exact phenomenon that we're living through right now. We're in the silent depression right now. Yeah, and I did see news that the U.S. economy contracted this quarter as well. The Fed hike has already frozen loads of people that were trying to sell. If they were begin to devalue, then you've got an ugly scene. Oh yeah. Luckily, we got a home right after college before I became a derelict loser. But seeing the percentage of wages going to rent rising higher here than ever the rest of the capitalist world is scary. Yeah, absolutely. GMO Radio, thanks so much for the gifted sub. Very much appreciated. Thank you. But Jerome is starting to understand inflation. That's right. They're just, who knows? It's just a mystery. It's a mystery to us.
After we sit in sessions such as these, on a day-to-day basis, we must constantly analyze what we do for consistency.
Thank you.
With the idea.
Can you tell me how correct the dialectical analysis of history is as it relates to capitalism?
It is correct. It's correct. We should go over that. The basis of socialism.
Well, this is the thing, HTA. You say, yes, the people who bought homes will undoubtedly suffer, but the hedge funds that bought them will be made whole by us, the taxpayers. An important point here, actually, if they tried to do that again, foam the runway, I think people would lose their minds. Like, that's the question. And, like, I don't know what it's going to take to get people to just, like, reject this just constant scam of these endless crises that just end up being excuses to funnel wealth to the richest people. People put up with it in 2008, making the banks and making all these corrupt institutions whole on everyone else's backs while screwing over everyone that lost their home. Are they going to put up with it again, though? Like, maybe there's just no limit to what Americans will put up with, or Westerners. I don't want to just blame it on Americans. Obviously, it's not just about Americans. You got to wonder, like, maybe there's just endless abuse that they'll take, and they will just go to their fucking graves still defending the system, regardless of it blowing up in their face constantly, and the scam and the theft and the exploitation just being committed right in front of their eyes. Maybe there's still plenty of Westerners that will just that would rather die than acknowledge that or do anything about it. But you got to wonder, maybe there is a breaking point for people, you know? Yeah, that's exactly it, HTA. Like, I remember at the beginning of the George Floyd protests. Like, remember that moment after the Bernie campaign kind of flamed out, but all of a sudden there's this pandemic. All of a sudden it's the George Floyd protests. There's police stations burning down. Like, for a moment there, for a real moment, it really looked like, oh shit, this is actually happening. This is happening for real now. Like, I felt it. A lot of people felt it, but then it's that process that Hunter S. Thompson describes, right? It's so perfect. That's why I love, to this day, why I still love, it's very like a what is this? Like a toxic English lit major trope or whatever. But I always love that image of the waves crashing against the levee, and you can see the high water mark where the wave broke and rolled back. And every time there's a bigger wave, and every time there's a higher watermark, and it just rolls back and recedes. And you got to wonder at one point, is that levee going to be breached? Perhaps when the bottom does fall out of our current economic crisis, maybe that'll be the moment. But maybe it's going to recede again, just like it has in the past, over the past several decades. Lodane, yeah, this is why we're friends. That's right. I thought you'd be an HST head. Absolutely. And Kwame, you're right, Moist Outlets. Kwame taught us the difference between mobilizing and organizing. That's like when this next opportunity comes, and it is going to come. That's what's right. That's the lesson we have to remember, that we need to organize. And it's not, to mobilize is not enough. To mobilize is not enough. We've got to take that mobilization and channel it. Channel it somewhere beyond voting for neoliberals. Like, it's just, there's, that just has, it has diminishing returns, right? Absolutely diminishing returns. All that energy and excitement and activism just being channeled into these like neoliberal monstrosities to dissipate and to go nowhere. It's less and less effective, this strategy. And eventually that's not going to be an acceptable outcome for people.
Is dialectical materialism, which says that, it says many things, but one of the basic things we can deal with is it says that when you have in any given object, you always have negative and positive forces which are in constant contradiction. Or rather, no, they don't say negative and positive. They just say you have opposing forces. They say you have opposing forces. And they say these opposing forces are always in constant conflict with each other. Constantly in conflict until something is resolved after they fight. And that which is resolved is a new thing. And then this goes on, constant conflict. You understand? That's the basis of it. It's a correct basis. In everything, they're opposites. Because nothing is static. Everything changes. Everything changes. The one thing we know about life is that change
The Dems co-opted it and ran it into the ground. Textbook performance. Well, that's what that's the function of these neoliberal parties, whether it's the Democratic Party, whether it's the Liberal Party in Canada or the NDP or the Labour Party, is that's their exact function in this system, right? Is to absorb all that energy. And it's to act as like a shield to protect the status quo and take all that energy and dissipate it. You know, that's why Obama was the ultimate neoliberal, right? Because that was a moment, 2008, when things could have gone in a different direction. You know, could have gone in many different directions. And that was the ultimate act of what Obama was all about, was taking the massive social movement that propelled him into the White House and all that energy and all the excitement for change, for real, remember, change, hope and change and stuff, and all that excitement and energy, and just absorbed it and dissipated it into nothingness, and just extended a hand, let the right, like, lifted them up off the mat, make sure that they were back on their feet, and then just squandered any opportunity to even remotely do anything positive. You know, Obama was the ultimate example of that his function in that, as this sort of that, in that system, absorbing all that energy and just dissipating it into nothing. Yeah, Obama for me as well. I mean, easily the most radicalizing political figure of my life. Absolutely. And it's like no question, more so than Bush, more so than Trump was Bush and Trump were both extremely radicalizing figures, but no one was more radicalizing than Obama. You know? I think Bush and Trump were radicalizing in that they confirmed things that I already believed, but Obama dispelled a lot of myths and a lot of misguided and confused notions that I had, which is, I think, even more of a valuable sort of political experience. Yeah, and then made sure any criticism of was immediately disciplined, like Cornel West. Exactly. He was never angry, right? But he was angry when it came to people like Cornel West, or saying that he was a accomplice to murder or an imperialist. But of course, all the frothing at the mouth Republicans that despised him, he had no words of anger for those folks. It was always the activists, the whistleblowers, the whiny voters that wanted him to do things, which he explicitly promised. God, what an asshole. One of history's greatest assholes. What a legacy this man has.
Not only possible, it is permanent. It is permanent. Malcolm X changed from a Negro pimp who would sell his women to a black revolutionary who would kill to protect them.
It's frankly, it's part of why I get very frustrated when people say, like, you're Canadian, why do you talk about America? Or they accuse me of like talking about this stuff for like clout reasons or grifting reasons or whatever. Why is this Canadian guy talking about this? And it's like people don't understand how much of a role America plays, like culturally, how like for people in Canada and around the world have been radicalized by events that happened in America, by powerful American politicians, the fucking global hegemon. I hate having to explain this shit to Americans. You live in a global hegemon, so it's what happens there is of interest to people that are directly connected to it, like people in Canada or people around the world. There's massive, profound influence all around the world. It drives me crazy that people, even ostensibly smart people in America, can't understand this fucking concept that you live in the global hegemon that controls the entire global economy. Like, where it goes, the entire Western world follows. Like, the United States is basically instructing all of Western Europe right now to just jump off a cliff, and they're just like dutifully being like, okay, and they're doing it. And Canada is as well. God damn. So it's very frustrating when people say this to me. And I understood it when it was like conservatives or when it's weird liberals that love Hillary that say this to me. But when like American leftists started lecturing me about this shit and criticizing me for talking about this, that it's like, do you not actually have an understanding of like what country you live in and the power that it has and the influence that it has? Like I feel like people are purposely, deliberately obtuse about this. It's fucking annoying.
Anybody can change. I mean, he sure enough changed. I'm not talking about rhetoric change, like a whole lot of other people out here talking about rhetoric change because they come from prison. I'm talking about a brother who sure enough changed and became a respected leader. So everything changes. This table changes, man. It's in constant, permanent change. If we leave it here for a number of years, it will diminish because there's constant internal movement of these opposing forces. And that's how all changes come about, all of them. Now, I am an encrumist. That is my ideology. I am an encrumist. And the basis of my philosophical idea, the basis of my philosophical statement is dialectical materialism. But Osagyefo went a step further. He said that in all of these things, they are negative and positive. They are negative and positive. And he said that these negatives and these positives constantly wage struggle against each other. Wage struggle against each other. I am an encrumist. My job is to examine all of these entities, see the positive and the negative, collect the positive and add it to another positive and add it to another positive until the positives knocks down the negative. Now, I know I will never get rid of the negative. I cannot do that because there must be opposing forces in each thing. But I can reduce the negative to a controllable insignificance. And there's positive and negative in everything, and you can apply it always constantly to your daily life. Like, for example,
I'll tell you one voice that would have been valuable to have during the Obama era was this man. A absolutely vital voice that could have, I think, would have been incredibly powerful during those years, had he not been gotten with the cancer gun Yeah, the Flint video, Rudy Prospero, just like, you know, just a villain. He's literally one of history's greatest villains. Like it's not an exaggeration. And I think worse than a lot of the like really extreme reactionaries because of his like bullshit rhetoric and and like the way he fucking hypnotized people into thinking that he's this benevolent philosopher king. I think it's almost worse, you know? It's more disgraceful. I almost think it's worse than like the openly belligerent reactionaries. These fucking people, these liberals that have this kind of like use this hopeful, inspiring rhetoric while they're overseeing this horrible project. It's worse to know and co-opt the movement than to not know and be an outright enemy. Yeah. It is. It's despicable.
I went to see Superfly. I didn't see Sweetback. I was in Africa, but I heard about it. Heard everybody I met, man. I mean, a brother. Man, you know what they're doing now? They're pushing, man, what they doing, brother? What's it about? Man, this cat, just sex and drugs and sleeping with white women. And then in the end, he beats up this cop and he's running. I said, he's running? He said, yeah. I said, does he beat him up? He said, yeah. I said, he offs him? He said, he offs him. I said, what else? He said, he's running. I said, that's good. I said, that's good. Because we never beat him. All the other movies, we never beat him. He always comes out on top. So for the sex and the dope, there's still a positive, very positive attribute. We beat him. So young kids looking at it knows he is not invincible. He can be beaten, even if you got to run after you beat him. You understand? Then I saw Superfly. Now Superfly had the same thing: less dope, less sex. But after he offs the policeman, the brother walks slowly into a hog and drives away. I said, yeah, we progressing. We ain't running no more. We driving hogs. Yes. There's positive progress. We can beat him and walk into a hog and drive away. There's progress. And it is very positive. It is a very positive aspect. Because all the talk going around is that nobody can beat the man and get away. If you're revolutionary and you're still alive, then he ain't revolutionary because he's beating the man and making it. You're not supposed to do that.
This is a good point too, HTA. Well, first of all, Red Wizard says, Obama years really fucked with my head. I even saw radicals touting and believing the hype 100%. And yeah, HTA says Trump would repeatedly say Obama did this too, and people ignored it, but he was telling the truth. Like the border jails full of children, Obama did the same thing, and Biden has too. But you'll never convince libs of that. And people intrinsically, when people see liberals whitewashing that and ignoring that, they do intrinsically understand that these people are full of shit. Right? So it's no wonder that they think liberals are full of shit when they see this obvious contradiction where they criticize one person for doing one thing and then they don't criticize their fucking hero for doing the same thing or worse. Like average, even non-political people can understand that hypocrisy. Yeah, they even used the photos from the Obama era and people still made fucking excuses for it. It's absolutely right. Cinnamon Challenge. They still made excuses for it. Literally the same people would be like holding up the picture being like, how just this is disgusting, fascism, concentration camps and all this stuff. And the same people would look at the same picture understanding that it happened under Obama and they would immediately make excuses for it. He wanted to do better, but he was being blocked by Republicans or whatever the fuck it is, whatever it always is. You know, it's just, how do you argue with, or how do you come to some kind of consensus with people that have that ability in their, to completely like switch their brains off like that in a moment's notice? How are you supposed to like come to some kind of like understanding with those people? I don't know.
If you bad, you got to be in jail. If you ain't in jail, you ain't bad. If you ain't dead, you ain't bad. That's how negative the thinking is. So with sex and dope, we get over that we can beat him. He ain't invincible and keep getting up. We know dope is going out of our community anyway. We know that. It's going. People gonna push it out. That ain't no problem. We know that if you study carefully and understand what's going on through a scientific analysis, you will know dope is going out of the community. Even historically, you'll know it. The white boy gave the Chinese opium. Opium, man. Opium. Opium. And look here. They took it, grew strong on it, gave it back to him, and they whooping him in Vietnam. Now,
I posted something on Twitter the other day about how this lib guy got thousands of likes and retweets for searching congress.gov or whatever for bills with abortion in it to show that the Democrats were doing something. But I looked up the bills and 3/4 of them were repeats or nothing at all or mentioned in China. Like they purposely do not want to know. The cognitive dissonance is insane. Yeah. I mean, it's like pointing to like I was saying before with Kamala Harris and doing putting her name on Medicare for all when it was like no chance that it was going to succeed. It's like they're still swayed by rhetoric. They're still swayed by speeches. They're still swayed by this like political theater of supporting things when there's no possible likelihood that they will be turned into like actual political change. And every actual opportunity to implement change, they shy away from, or they do the opposite, or they squander it. And this contradiction just never occurs to people that still give them the credit for the rhetoric and the speeches and all that and the vibes. Yeah. It would be very incredibly painful to come to terms with the fact that you were duped and Obama not good. Actually, the brain is very defensive and will simply avoid that pain. That's true. It's hard to admit. It's hard to admit when you got conned. That was one of the greatest con jobs of all time. It was a mass con job of millions and millions of people. And it's hard to admit. It's for your ego, right? It's hard to admit when you get conned. It is understandable. When you give your wallet to the wallet inspector and they take off, it's probably more, psychologically, it's easier to just wait patiently by the door being like, I'm sure he's going to be back any moment. I'm sure the wallet inspector will be back with my belongings any moment. And then months go by and years go by and you're still standing there like an asshole. But it's still easier psychologically to say that than to be like, I shouldn't have given my wallet to that person. That was a mistake to do that. You know? It's easier psychologically to tell yourself, I'm sure the wallet inspector had good intentions. I'm sure he just got into an accident of some kind. There must be some explanation. I got conned, but I was in a drugged out stupor from 2005 to 2009. Yeah, I mean, I was busy with my own shit too, and I was a kid. I was in my fucking mid-20s. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I was told that the people in power had the shit in hand. Like, I thought I understood that we had kind of a ruling class that were fighting for good things, and they were pretty much more or less working their way up. But as Castro repeated from Lincoln, you can fool some of the people all the time. You can fool all the people some of the time, but you can't fool all the people all the time. Very true. Very true. Just smiling in the driver's seat while my Tesla starts to catch fire. That's right. It's easier. It's easier. You send in your last moments, your last dying moments, you're sending like a apology tweet to Elon Musk to apologize for whatever mistake you made to cause the Tesla fire. I'm so sorry, sir. That's the last thing you do before you burn in your Tesla. I got scolded and, well, nevertheless, when I told somebody I didn't vote for Obama in 2012 because he was drone striking children. Yeah. He was drone striking children with the best of intentions, though. That's what you don't understand.
what you think, we who are Africans, we who are so strong, dope, man, we're going to give him that dope in no time at all. Take it.
We also love to attack the guy who tells us that wasn't a wallet inspector. Yeah.
Historically. The Chinese did it. You think we can't do it?
We attack the guy who tells us there wasn't a wallet inspector, and especially the guy that comes along and said, listen, me and a bunch of other people that got our wallets stolen, we're getting together and we're going to go after these wallet motherfuckers and we're going to take the fight to them. We're going to get all our wallets back and we're going to make sure that they're not able to do this anymore. And then we react by going, how dare you say that? That's so violent. That's so violent and scary what you said to me. Go away, sir. Go away, Tanky. That's horrifying to me that you would ever say such a thing. That would be so authoritarian to do that. It's uncivil. This is because we're a very well-trained population. What can I say? We're a well-trained, housebroken population. This is how we react to this kind of stuff. No, I'm totally serious, Lamport. Unironically, I would seriously expect some Tesla owners to do that sort of thing before they die. I'm truly sorry, sir, as I crashed the car and derailed your rise to prominence. It was not the car, it was me. It was my fault that I had a minuscule effect on your stock price for one moment. What about the rights of the wallet fuckers? That's right. That makes you the same as the wallet thieves. Oh my goodness. Are there civil rights for the wallet inspectors? Come on. You're so violent.
What you think, brother? I said, what you think?
Oh,
I hear you. You think we can do it? What you think, sister?
It's enough to make you fucking your head spin.
I know so. So since I know that, I ain't worried about that, but I'm pushing the positive. Yeah, man, he beat up the white man. Sure enough did. So we can beat him. We can beat him.
Will the wallet inspectors have their newspapers, their radio programs?
I basically felt the same about Superfly you do. But then it's calling my attention all the things that's in between.
Right.
Like,
Listen, fucking Castro killed my grandfather. You're going to promote Castro or Che Guevara? Killed my grandfather, was an honest wallet inspector in Batista's Cuba. An honest, hard-working, salt-of-the-earth wallet inspector. And these fucking monsters had him killed. Put him in prison. And you're going to wear that guy's face on a t-shirt? That's disrespectful. God damn. It's really enough to make you feel crazy.
children, kids that are
Correct.
getting hung up there and not ready to accept.
I understand that. But Superfly is a reality. Superfly is a reality. We're not strong enough to control our media yet. We're getting there, but we're not strong enough. So Superfly is a reality. Now, there are two ways we can deal with the reality. A couple of us can go and say, all right, we don't want this movie in here, and pull out guns. You understand? You can do that, because I can get you getting show enough Bogart brothers ready to go do that. You understand? You can do it. But that's not the proper way. And that's not the proper way for many reasons, because you have already assumed a priority that this is not good for the people. And you can't make that assumption. The people got to make it themselves, so let them
Don't
see.
ask about my grandfather's small wallet inspecting estate. My grandmother used to inspect half the wallets in China before Mao showed up. The guy who grabbed my ass was really a female body inspector. It said it right on his t-shirt. Any suggestion otherwise, I think, is offensive and uncivil.
But while they're seeing it, your job is to push the contradictions for them, help them clarify it, show it to them. Then once they see it, then we'll see if they come home. Then if they follow this line, then we know this is the line our people want. We can never assume a priority that this is no good for the people. Give them the chance. Let them see it. Let them see it. Because it's a reality. We can't stop it now. But I'm willing to bet you that Superfly and all those things are going to be running out pretty soon. They're going to be running out pretty soon. Of course, people are talking about them very negatively. The most vocal segment of the community is negative. The most vocal segment, not the majority of the community. You understand what I'm saying? Not the majority, but the most vocal. The most vocal.
When in terms of, say we have news elected comes on the commentary, reporting it. Now, do you think that you should announce over the airwaves that
that is good?
Yeah.
Well, whose airways is it?
We joke around. We joke about like leftist audio and stuff, but it really is a fucking miracle that these videos still exist. I mean, pretty amazing. We should really treasure that all this stuff has survived.
Yeah, so this Whose airways is it, brother? What are you supposed to do? All right.
When I'm thinking in terms of when he's a brother, I suppose.
Thank you, 1972.
And what at least that you can do is what is that? Is that some guy give direction?
I hear you. I agree with you.
I said, I'm saying, do you agree that he should say that vocally? Or?
I don't agree that he should. I don't agree. I certainly don't. I certainly don't. But what I'm saying is that there is a reality, there is the picture. And since people are going to see it, instead of saying it's all negative, say, well, there's one positive thing about the flick, man. You can beat Whitey and walk away, and Whitey gonna pull the flick off the movie himself. He gonna pull it out. He gonna pull it out. He gonna pull Superfly out when you say, yeah, I think there's something positive about it. The fact is that he beat the white man. He beat the white cop who was putting dope in the black community and walked away and drove away in his hog. Yeah.
Doesn't the fact that this brother is saying that the flick is cool?
It's interesting too because he's kind of talking about representation in media. You see how that gets absorbed as well, and that gets financialized and turned into the sick profit machine.
Of course. And if you know that you're supposed to collect the positive, and you know the positive going to defeat the negative anyway, you ain't got nothing to worry about. You just keep getting up because it's going to be collected.
It's also amazing the ways that, like, this is 1972. I mean, this is before the crack epidemic in South Central Los Angeles in the 80s and stuff. How widespread and common knowledge it was that white cops were bringing drugs into these communities. Like, this was just like totally common knowledge in 1972. And it became like a scandal in the 80s. And it's still like a conspiracy theory to this day. Talk about cops or the CIA dealing drugs in the United States. And it's like here in 1972, it was like a joke. It was like a punchline in a movie. I think he's talking about Superfly the movie. I've actually never seen it, so I'm not sure. But you know what I mean, though? It's like that was such an obvious truth that it was like it's a punchline in a movie from the early 70s. And it's still to this day a controversial conspiracy theory to suggest that the CIA or anyone else dealt drugs within the United States borders, which we know beyond a shadow of a doubt was a thing that happened.
Don't be collected. The work that Marcus Garvey did ain't left. We gonna collect it. It's gonna be collected. The work that Malcolm did, it's gonna be collected. Got to be collected. Understand? They were just throwing seeds. Then Mark Vesey, we gonna collect it. It's gonna be collected.
Do you feel black people in this country are moving toward a positive goal as during this period of time after the period in the 60s?
Yes, I think that we're moving very, very fast. But I think that people are not analyzing it. That's all. Very funny, you know. My people are very
It's
funny
the painful
people.
thing how close they
Look
felt
here,
that they
man.
were very close.
When I was chairman of SNCC, I was always on TV, you know. Man, you always on TV. You ain't doing nothing. You always on TV. You ain't doing nothing. All right, right on, brother. I got to do some work here. When I get through with this, I'm going to do some real work, all right? But let me run for a while. And when I get finished, I go away. Hey, man, you ain't doing nothing. I don't see you on TV. Right on, brother. Right on, brother. Right on, brother. Yeah. And I think a lot of us do have the TV complex, whether we want to admit it or not.
Not me, though.
If we don't see it on TV, nothing being done. And since he knows that,
Not me,
all he
I'm
shows
normal.
on TV is division. Can you dig him? That's all he shows, man. He broadcasts televisions into your house divisions. And since you're used to television and television prone, when you time you see it, oh man, ain't nothing happening. Oh man, there's been a whole lot happening. He can't even televise what's been happening. The desire for unity in our community, not only on a national basis, but on an international basis, is more intense this year than it was last year, and will be more intense next year than it is this year. That's a fact. The desire for unity among the masses of our people is more intense.
50 years
of course,
later.
the structures are factionalized, they're divided.
God damn.
But the desire among the masses for unity is more intense. No one can deny that. No one can deny that. Not only on a national basis, but on an international basis. Africa, the Caribbean, South America, into America. The desire is more intense. Is that a whole lot of work, brother, since the 60s? That's a whole lot.
Yeah, but speaking of, I've checked personal incidents. A lot of people that were so spoke revolutionary seemed to be in a revolutionary state.
Right.
Started leaving that state, not positive as one would like to see.
That's good, my brother. Now, the people get political consciousness by how? By heightening the contradictions. Have these people heightened the contradictions? Thus, the people have benefited. They have learned. Thus, today, it's going to take a slick opportunist to fool the people, because so many have tried. So many have tried. And the people really loved them, man. As soon as they came up, they ran to it. Whichever one it was, man, they were running to it, because they really wanted something, yes, sir? And even today, it's
We got a
much
lot of
harder, man.
contradictions right now.
They don't even know how to come out the corner.
You think there was
Because the people
contradictions in
next to them,
73? We got plenty of fucking contradictions
they
now,
have
that's
educated
for
the people.
sure.
Everything the white boy tried to do to divide us has in fact worked against us and unified us.
I'm trying to
man.
heighten them. I'm trying to heighten them. I keep heightening and heightening and heightening, and still nothing's happening. But maybe we'll get there eventually.
Please, I don't want to do this one on TV. Just this little part. You have to cut it. I'm sorry. All right? I don't want this public. Okay? After you can come back to it. Let's analyze among ourselves.
Oh, shit.
Well, you can just cut it off. I take your word, you cut it off. I know you won't jive me.
The secret for how we get out of this mess. He was just about to talk about it. He was just about to give us directions, speak to us through the decades, and tell us exactly what we needed to do. He's like, no, we better cut off. This is just for the people in the room. The forbidden knowledge. God damn it. Never fails. Never fails, dude. That was wonderful. Always love watching Kwame Ture's speeches on the show. It's too bad Red Scary wasn't able to join us today. Be busy with her like actual career and job. One of the top Ture respecters though in this community. Yeah, it was for tier 3 subs only. That's right. It was for tier 3 subs only. That one. I gotta go soon, folks. So I've been up 4.5 hours. I'm gonna go pick up McDonald's for my kid. I'll be here another like 5 minutes or so. If any other generous chatters do want to subscribe or use your Prime sub or gift subs, that's still obviously an option. But otherwise, it has been a very fun one today, and thank you very much for hanging out with me today and coming to the stream. The secret knowledge was voting. That's right. That's what they shut that off for. Great trade for Atlanta. Sans Dan Bongino. Oh, I love that, Matt. That's great.
You can count on me. You're going to have good old Rob to talk you through all this.
We love it. President G is pressing the socialism button. We've been demanding that he press the socialism button, and this crazy bastard is actually doing it. You love to see it. Despite being China's ruling ideology, Marxism has for decades been an obscure major for students, enjoying a revival under President Xi Jinping, who has urged Chinese Communist Party cadres to remember the original mission as he prepares to begin an unprecedented third term in power.
You can count on me. You're going to have
Hell
good
yeah.
old Rob to talk you through all this.
Hell yeah, brother. One other thing as well, too. Talk about delusional takes. This is delusional, but for none of the reasons that they think it's supposed to be. Who's this, by the way? Oh, thank you to Garden Variety Cat Lady for the gifted sub. Thank you, Garden Variety Cat Lady, and thank you also to Outrun for gifting a sub to Clueless. Thank you, Outrun, for that. I appreciate that. But this take here from this delusional takes Twitter account. Like this sign that says you have more rights in Russia, China, and North Korea. Sorry, nerds. Sorry, nerds. Objectively correct. Sorry, nerds. Sorry, Westoids. Sorry, America fetishizers. Objectively true. I hate to break it to you. I hate to tell you this. Anglophiles. I like the response with, yeah, maybe that's right, but they'd be arrested in Russia for protesting. Like, yeah, there's still people in prison from the Floyd protests. Or like the Anthony Blinken thing today. Remember the Anthony Blinken tweet today? Someone ran the numbers on this. The Cuban regime has condemned over 550 protesters to more than 4,000 combined years. It sounds a lot. It sounds like a lot. 4,000 combined years of prison or other punitive measures since the historic July 11th protest. As we near the 11, it's trying to do a fucking hashtag around this. The 11J anniversary. Fuck off, Blinken. Trying to make this into a thing still. Absolutely pathetic behavior. Those protesters who remain detained should be returned home to their families. And you have 550 protesters, 4,000 combined years of prison. That's like someone ran the numbers on that. It's like a combined total of like 7 years. And we know these numbers are just pulled out of their asses anyways. Like I'm sure that there's not actually 550 protesters in jail. I'm sure it's just completely fucking made up in the first place. But even in the made up propaganda version, it's like, okay, so there's a few hundred people doing probably 5 to 7 years. Okay. What's the I don't see what the issue is. And then of course you've got Guantanamo Bay, literally on Cuba, the United States torture prison in Cuba on the island, where prisoners are reaching, like, they're receiving palliative care in prison from being held for the last 20 years without being charged for a crime, and they're planning on dying as like senior citizens in Guantanamo, charged with no crime. And of course, Anthony Blinken thinks he can lecture people about that. Give me a fucking break. America lecturing people about putting people in jail. It's just a fucking joke. It's an absolute joke. So who do we got? Did someone say Sean Mead was streaming? Thanks again, friends. Yeah, someone do the math on the Guantanamo sentences. Yeah. Someone try that. The vast majority of people, like there's a few dozen people still in Guantanamo. The vast majority of people that have been held there, over the last 20 years, not ever charged with the crime. Like, it's fucking unfathomable. All in there on solid evidence. That's right. Okay, so we're rating Sean Meat. Thanks again for watching the stream, folks. I should be back tomorrow. I don't really know. Again, I got a sick kid. I don't know what's going on. I'm going to go get him some McDonald's now. So thanks for watching. It was a pleasure as always. Learning from and upholding Brother Kwame Ture. It was an absolute pleasure. I'll talk to you soon. Thanks for watching again. Goodbye.